Hello, welcome to Let's Get Social live sew along. And today we're going to be working on the kitchen pickleball dress, which is a free pattern that was released by Mood Designer Fabrics. So I'm excited. This is the first kind of PDF pattern that I've done in a long time. So I have broken it down into two parts. We're going to work on the top this time, and then we're going to work on the skirt next week. And depending on how long it takes us to do the skirt, we might also do the shorts as well. But for right now, we're going to focus on the top this week, the skirt next week, and maybe the shorts the following week. So let's see how it all goes. Hi, Helen. Welcome. Happy Friday to you as well. So unfortunately, and if anybody knows this to be incorrect, please let me know. But the instructions, there is not a printout for the instructions, which is always a challenge for me because I like to have the little paper and print it out and mark it up and all of that. So I am going to be reading the instructions from my phone. There's that. I also do have my serger here as well. So there's a possibility that I might be going back and forth between the serger and my regular sewing machine. So I want you to be aware of that as well. So we will see how things go. Obviously, I'm going to always opt for what is the easiest or simplest, I should say, just so we can move things right along. So with that said, let's get started. So just to kind of quickly go over what fabric I'm using. So I purchased some fabric, I don't know, maybe a year ago. Let's just say a year for lack of having perfect timing in order to make a bathing suit out of. And so this is like a nylon, like a stretch nylon fabric or swimming suit material. And so the top I am making out of this material, and it has like this, it's like, it looks a little bit like camo, but then it has this reflective material on top of it. So this is what I'm making the top out of. And then I didn't have enough to do both. And I could not find this fabric anywhere. I scanned it, into Google, and it just was not able to find it. So maybe I got this from Joann's a long time ago. So maybe this is just a Joann's only fabric, who knows? But I purchased another fabric, and I'm going to show you that, which I will be using for the skirt. And it is, I think it's not an exact match, but it's black with a shinier black on top. And so I think it's complementary. So that's what we'll be using for the skirt, but I'll be able to put all of this aside. And then I think I am also going to use just a knit for the shorts. So just to kind of give you a little bit of perspective what I'm doing. So I have all of the pieces for the top, including the mesh, and I'm doing the mesh in a white. I thought doing it in a black would just make it too dark. So I thought I'll do it in a white, and it'll bring out this lighter gray color, which is kind of reflective and could look white from far away. So we'll see how that looks. If it doesn't look great, then maybe I might replace it with the black, but we have white for now. So that is what we're going to do. And with that, we're going to get started. Helen, let me know, are you working on anything? Are you sewing anything this weekend? Did you sew anything this past week? Are you relaxing? Let me know what's on your schedule for the week. All right. So for this pattern, they tell us that 1/2 inch is the seam allowance that we're going to be using. So what we're actually going to be doing now is we're going to be sewing. They can stop trying to advertise to me. I'm not interested. Here we go. We are going to sew or serge the center front top, and the bottom together. So I'm going to pull out those pieces, center front top and the bottom. This also is lined. So I use the same fabric. So the top, the lining, and the primary fabric are going to be the same for me. Okay, so this is the top, front, side, lower. And this is the top, so we're doing the top, front, side, upper, top, front, center, upper. So this is top, front, side, lower. Okay, so we are doing this one. Top, front, side, upper. Okay, so A, B, C, and D. Here we're sewing all of these pieces together, A, B, C, and D, which are basically the top pieces. And if I could show you, let me see if I have a better picture. Okay, here we go. This is a good picture. So we're basically sewing these pieces. The right, is it, let me see, top, front, center, that's this, top, front, center, upper, top, front, center, lower, that's these two pieces, and then it is top, front, side, lower, which is that piece right there, and top, front, side, upper. So we're basically sewing all of these top pieces together. And so part of me is like, I probably should use my serger. Probably should use my serger for this, but I think I got my sewing machine set up, so we're going to use that. But I do think you can definitely use a serger for this whole part. So let me see, top and bottom together. So we're going to do the tops and bottoms together first, and then sew on the sides. And I'm just going to keep the linings all pinned to the pattern pieces just so I don't get anything mixed up. So this is the top, front, center, lower. Front, center, lower. Okay, here we go. Is that like this? Okay, it's like this. And top, front, center, upper. So this is how it goes. Okay. I'm trying to also make sure I'm using the pictures to help me make sure that I am angled them in the right way. So I'm going to pin this, and then I will show you how I actually how I pin them together, because it is not clear without looking at the picture how you pin it all together. Hi, Diane. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so this is the upper. So I'm going to pin these. So they'll be right sides facing, but this is, always tricky because it's an inverted. So you always have to be, mindful when you are. So it's like sewing two round pieces together. The good news about this is that it is stretchy material. So that could be good and bad. You don't want to overstretch it out of place, but you also have some forgivability, I guess is a great way to explain it. So I'm basically pinning the ends and then pinning the centers. And then I'm going to pin the middle. That's how I'm going to do it. But I'll show you exactly how it will look once I get it all pinned. And I am using pins for this just because I feel like I need it to be a little bit more precise. All right, let's see. I'm Diane. I am doing really well. I'm actually really excited about sewing this up because I have been playing. Um, I've been playing golf a lot lately, and that's what I'm wearing. I'm not really a pickleball player, but I'm definitely planning on wearing this before it gets too cold. But even when it gets cold, I go indoors, so it'll just be putting some tights on with it. Hi, Christy. Welcome. Oh, thank you so much, Christy. You are so kind. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate that. Okay, so I feel like I have this pen pretty well. So this is the middle. And again, I'm going to just show you this really quick using this picture because it's so much easier to show you. So this is what I'm sewing, this middle section. And so I've attached this bottom, the middle, the lower center to the upper center. And it's right, you're going to basically pen them right sides facing. So the wrong side will be facing out. And like I said, it's a little bit tricky because it's inverted. And you can't really tell, I guess, by looking at it because it's two together. But this is how it ultimately will look. And so when you have these pieces, there's going to be a short end and then a long end. The short ends are going to be your raw ends when you are penning the centers together. And then like I said, the easier way to do it is pin the ends, pin the center, and then, match up the middle between the center and the ends. And you will have to stretch it just a little bit to get it to like meet up. All right. And as I mentioned earlier, they don't have a printout of the directions, but if somebody knows they do, let me know because I wasn't able to find it. And I will print it out because I would much rather be looking at a printout than my phone. And you can serge or sew this. If I would have set up my serger, I probably would have been serging this, but we're going to sew it and keep it moving. All right, so we're doing the center first. And I'm also going to do the lining at the same time. This is fully lined, so, and the seam allowance is a 1/2 inch, by the way. I did for myself, I cut an extra large just as an FYI based on my measurements and the measurements outlined in the pattern. So hopefully it won't be way too big. Oh, fingers crossed. So the main thing is just to remember, for me, I'm saying this more for me, that the seam allowance is a 1/2 inch. I may end up serging this just because I feel like it'll be such a cleaner look on the inside, but we'll see. And when you get to the center, top center, that's where you'll see that you do have to like stretch it a little bit, but you just want to make sure you don't stretch it too much because you don't want to overly stretch this fabric because then you'll end up with probably your seam allowances will all be off if you stretch it too much. So just a gentle stretch. Should be more than enough. And I'm just making sure my ends are lined up. quick little back stitch. And okay. So this is how it would look finished. You said how long is the shirt part? Let's see. When you say how long, you mean like the torso part? I don't know that they gave us. Well, they did give us measurements. Let me see. Where are they? Okay. They don't give us measurements for how long it is. They don't, but guess what? I can actually measure it because I have it here. And there is a waistband too. So I guess if you count the waistband, so it is 12.5 inches. Let me just see what the middle is. Yeah, 12 3/4. Yeah, so 12.5 inches is what but it doesn't, so that it just need, because you have a separate strap that comes here. So it's like probably if you measure from the underarm, because you got a strap that will connect at this top part. So on me, 12.5 from my underarm, let's just say, will get me right here. And then you have a little waistband. So the waistband is probably an inch. Here's the waistband. So folded in half is probably another inch. So that gets you probably like right here. And again, I cut an extra large. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Hey, Seb. I'm doing good. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, you said how long is the skirt? Oh, the skirt part. Hold on, let me see. So this won't include, let's see. It is it's 18 inches, but subtract a half an inch for the seam allowance. So it's 17 inches. So on me, and again, it's going to come below the waistband, which will be an inch. But for me, 17 inches would be, and I'm short, so obviously it'll be different on each. It comes, 17 inches is actually pretty long. It comes down to right at the top of my knee is where it would come on me. But 17 inches is what I measured from the skirt. So it's not super short. And I would measure from the bottom of wherever your waist is. That's where I would measure, because you have the waistband and all of this is connected, because while I'm doing the top and the skirt separate, it's a dress, so they are connected. Okay, so here is our center piece right here. And now I'm going to actually do the other center piece too. So that's the front, because it's a lining and a main fabric piece. So I feel like, okay, this is the upper and this is the lower. Just because I always feel like it's better to just sew them all. And that way, let me just make sure I have this right. So this is the upper. Okay, so that's the bottom. And I'm going to make sure. Okay, so here is the lower. Make sure that's right. Okay, that's the top. This is the bottom. All right, here we go. Well, it helps. And I'm just pinning. You're welcome. You're welcome. And Helen, you said you're working on McCall 6971. I have to look that up, see what that is. I wish they would let people, y'all put pictures in here. That would be so helpful. Maybe one day YouTube. I think on Facebook you can, but I don't think it comes through in the comments on StreamYard. On Facebook you can comment with pictures. I don't think you can on YouTube though. And I'm just pinning the centers together. All right, there we go. And once I do that, then I'm just going to stretch and pin the rest of these together. I really like this fabric. I'm sad that I didn't buy more of it. I bought a yard of this fabric because I'm thinking, oh, bathing suit, yard is more than enough. And then I never made a bathing suit. So the good news is that I have it to make this dress. The sad news is that I only had 1 yard. And this requires 2.5 yards. And it definitely does require 2.5 because I've used 2 yards and I've cut, and I have like literally almost nothing left of those 2 yards. And that is just cutting the skirt, which takes a whole yard. And the top, and I still haven't cut the shorts out yet. So, and it will probably be the other half a yard to cut the shorts. Now, if you're smaller than an extra large, then you probably could get away with like 2 yards for sure. If you like a small or a medium. But otherwise, you're going to need the 2.5 yards. All right, here we go. And again, as a reminder, the seam allowance is 1/2 inch. And I'm saying that more probably for me, so I don't accidentally sew 5/8, because I will do that. I will definitely do that. So far, I hope by the end of this, I'll be able to tell you whether you actually could do this whole thing on the serger. Because if I do make it again, I will definitely do it on the serger. And again, when you get to that middle center part, that's where you'll really see that you need to just do a slight stretch, nothing major, just a little stretch. Similar to how you'd have to do if you were sewing like 2 circular things together. Ooh, I want to. All right. we have our lining and our main fabric for the middle done. And again, this looks just like the other one. This is the center. And now we still have this piece and this piece to put together. So we're going to do that. All right, and so now I have my front side upper. So we have to basically do this we have to do one side and then the other side. So front side upper, and then I'm going to do, and here's my front side lower. So you need, stuck myself. You need 4 of these pieces. You should have 4 because you need the lining. You should need 4 of each piece because you need the lining and the main fabric for 1, 2, and then the bottom pieces. All right, so here we go. And this is the same thing. You're probably going to have to do like a little bit of a stretch, but it's right sides together. So like the way I like to do it is to make sure I have it right, is line it up how it would look if it was a finished garment. So like if you could see this is the top, this is the bottom piece. I see how they both kind of line up together. They fit like right here. And then I just flip it. And then that's where I know I got to make sure I line it all up so that it all fits. And I like to start with the ends of each piece, especially when you have this stretchy material. So I pin the ends. And then I go back in and make the middle fit. So I got the 2 ends lined up, and then I just and it's always helpful if you also have, if you could tell where the middle is, because then you can pin it in the middle and then just stretch the ends, and that'll make sure you don't end up with too much stretch on one side or too much pulling. But again, because these are like inverted, you will need to stretch a little bit to make sure it fits. Hi, Irenelle, welcome. Thank you for joining. We are working on the kitchen pickleball dress. It's a free mood design. I will tell you, it was 63 PDF pages, of which, let's say 5 pages were like, not the instructions, but were like informational, like your sizing and pattern, layout, things like that. But it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. What I will tell you is that they did a really good job of putting the pattern in a way that you can cut it out by sections. And so you do have some pieces that like literally fit on a page, or like the skirt is, if you look at it, you could say, okay, I'm going to print out these pages just when I print out the skirt, or I'm going to just print out these pages for the top. So I would say that once 63 pages had me a little shook initially. I was like, I don't know. And then once I committed to it and I actually printed it out, it wasn't as bad. It did not take me nearly as long as I thought it would. Because again, I feel like they did a good job of laying everything out on, in a way that makes it easier, I think, for you to cut it out by sections. And also, like for me, once I identified that I was an extra large, because this goes up to 5X, by the way, then I was able to automatically eliminate some of the pages because my size fell within a smaller, um, lesser pages because I did the extra large. So, like I said, it goes up to a 5X. So I was able to like leave off this whole side column, leave off this whole top column. Same thing with the skirt. So it actually, if I had to say for me, it was probably maybe it was like 10 pages less. And you have to do a little bit of just kind of looking at it to see for sure what pages you might be able to leave off, but you can definitely leave off some pages if you are a smaller size. Hold on one second. I'm gonna get some water. All right, so here's the first one, and this is what it will look like pinned and or sewed once I finish sewing it. So it'll look better once I have it sewed. Just want to pin this a little bit better. All right, here we go. Yeah, so not so bad at all. I think, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, I think this pattern is also going to be pattern of the month for Monica's. Hey, Terrence, how are you? Hi, Traynell, how are you? Welcome. Thank y'all for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. So I can't wait to see. So your view. Thank you, Terrence. Look, you always come right on time. So am I correct? I think Carmen told me that this is pattern of the month for Sew Your View. So I can't wait to see all the fancy ways that people make this. But when she told me that, I was like, oh, I'm making that. I was like, I don't have a pattern picked out for September. I was like, let's make it happen. I'm gonna get out here and do this. But I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be the cutest person out there playing golf if I have time to wear it before it gets cold. But I'm gonna wear it indoors either way. So I'm wearing it. Nobody gonna be able to tell me nothing. Because if I do nothing else, I'm wearing my stuff. Let's see. Hi, Natural Beauty. Okay, I've never sewn before. Are the pages 8.5 by 11, or do you have to print on larger paper? No, so this pattern is made for A4 and 8 by 11 or regular letter paper, which is what I use to print it, regular letter size paper. So you don't have to do anything to print it other than just select letter, which is 8 by 11 or 8.5 by 11. And then that's it. And it's already formatted to print for letter or A4, which is the other. So here we go. That is one side. So now we have the other side, and then we have to do also the, and remember, so you have to cut these mirrored, these two side pieces mirrored, which is folded in half. But I just wanted to say that for the record. So yeah, they don't have printer files for this. Yes, okay, she said Raisha's sewing it next Thursday. Okay. I'm gonna be traveling, but I'm gonna try to like pop on and just see. I can't wait to see what other people do. I think if this is as easy, knock on wood, as I think. And I'm saying easy, like with the simplest form of easy, meaning I can do it. I can make it to the end. That's my definition of easy. I can make it to the end. Then I will definitely be making another one. When I was out trying to find, not out, but when I was browsing the internet, trying to find this fabric, I found so many other fabrics. I was like, if you can make your own bathing suit, the sky is the limit in terms of like what you can, what kind of material. Like, I don't see any of these, the kind of material, the bathing suit material, the swimsuit material that I saw online. I was like, I've never seen this kind of bathing suits made out of this swimsuit material. I mean, swimsuit material that looks this cute, fashionable. I've tried to make bathing suits a couple times and have not been successful. Let me just tell you. I mean, it probably takes a little bit more effort, but I've tried twice and they have not turned out great, which is crazy because I've made like a bodysuit before. And so probably because the bathing suits that I'm looking to make are ones that got holes in it and, see cutouts, I should say, not holes, cutouts and see-throughs. I always go above and beyond when I'm trying to make a bathing suit, or at least 2 times that I did. It did not turn out good at all. That's why y'all never, well, not that I was going to put a picture up in it anyway, but y'all never heard anything about it because they did not turn out. All right. Okay. So let me sew this. 1/2 inch seam allowance. And a little bit of stretch. A little bit, not a lot. No, it's not a dumb question at all. Absolutely not. That is a very important question that you should always ask because the answer could be very different. So not a dumb question. And if you go, the pattern is free. So if you do go and look on there, you can, before you print or do anything, you can read and it will tell you things like, and again, I know for this pattern because I printed it already, but I'll just give this caveat that every pattern a PDF pattern should tell you like what formats that it prints in, whether there are printer files, which basically means you could send it to like Office Max or one of those, Staples or one of those kind of places and get it printed. This one does not have printer files, so your only option is to print at home using letter paper, which is the traditional 8.5 by 11, or they have A4 paper. I will tell you the other thing, just, while we're talking about the printer thing, I will tell you the problem I had, and I ended up printing this page, which you can't see, but it's printed twice. I printed this page with the little measurement square on it 7 or 8 times, maybe 7 times, because I was printing it. And what they tell you is to make sure that your printer is set up correctly. You print that first page, you measure the block, and it should be 2 inches by 2 inches. Well, mine was like 1 inch and it was off by like 2/8 of an inch. And I couldn't figure out why. I'm like measuring this thing. I'm like, I have A4 paper and letter paper. I'm printing it on the A4 paper. I'm printing on the letter paper. I'm printing it from my Adobe. I'm printing it from my phone. I keep printing it, trying to figure out like, why is this thing not printing out right? Y'all know what it was? And Carmen had said this. She was like, maybe it's your ruler. I was like, no, why would my, and she was kind of joking, but maybe not. I couldn't figure, so I said, Carmen, can you just print this for me and just see, maybe it's off. Maybe something is wrong with the pattern. Because sometimes that happens with PDF patterns, We found mistakes in PDF. We found mistakes in commercial patterns. It happens, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm not printing. I done printed this thing 7 times. I'm not printing it again. Let me, call somebody, phone a friend, right? So I phone Carmen. Carmen's like, it's 2 inches. Mine is 2 inches. Um, do you know it was my damn ruler? The ruler I used this measuring tape. So this is a lesson that I learned, and maybe people who've been sewing for a long time know this. I've had this since I started sewing, so it's 3 years old. I guess they stretch over time from, trying to be skinnier than you are. You'd be like, oh, I'm this, stretching it. I stretch mine. And they stretch. So this is like 2/8 of an inch longer. So when I pulled out the regular ruler, it was 2 inches. I was like, are you kidding me? Yeah. So anyway, that happened. So I'm telling you that I probably should have used a regular ruler, but I always have out the measuring tape because before I cut out a pattern or before I do anything, I always measure myself and try to figure out like what size do I need. So yeah, that happened to me. That happened. So I'm just sharing that little tidbit with you just in case, because the last thing I wanted to do was print out 60 something pages and it be off. And then my dress doesn't fit after I've done all this work. I was just like, I'm not having it. I'm not doing that. So anyway, that happened. So I just want to share that with you. If you have that experience and it does not, that 2 inches, make sure you use a ruler and not measuring tape, or at least not a stretchy kind that can stretch over time, because yeah, that you'll end up with the same problem that I had. And I don't want to see y'all print any more pages than you have to. For sure. You say, oh, thank you, Christy. I did not, you know what? That never crossed my mind that maybe I need to replace it, but clearly, it's 2/8 of an inch longer than what it was when I first bought it. Which I was happy because I was like, oh, maybe that means I'm 2/8 of an inch skinnier than I was than I thought I was, you know. But yeah, I definitely have to replace it now because that had me I wasted like 30 minutes of my life trying to figure that out. And you know, 7 or 8 pages of paper trying to figure that whole thing out. But it never crossed when she said it was the ruler. I was like, whatever, the ruler, like rulers don't change. They do. They do, especially I say measuring tape does stretch. And it just never dawned on me that the thing would have stretched. But it's 3 years old, so I'm not surprised at all that it stretched, and I use it all the time. And it was inexpensive. I mean, it wasn't like it was super expensive or anything like that. I might have paid $1 for it, who knows. But I'm just sharing that with you just in case you have that same, that same experience. I'm just pinning both of these sides together, and then I'm just going to put these through. This is why I've been using pens a lot more lately, but I really don't like using stick pins because I always stick myself, and it's the most unpleasant feeling. I hate it. I have low tolerance for pain, and that includes being stuck by these pens. I think this is going to be the cutest little I'm saying bathing suit, cutest little dress. I'm just hoping, and I feel like it should be okay. I'm just hoping that I laid out, before I cut everything, I laid out these two fabrics because they don't, match. And I felt like they did go good together, that they're complementary of each other. Um, Even though they both have a design, the black on black is kind of muted a little bit, so it's not too distracting. So I think it should be cute when it all comes together. And then because I ran out of this any color, I have some more bathing suit fabric, but it doesn't match. And honestly, I have a couple of tennis dresses from just buying it to play golf, and I have those little shorts that go underneath of it anyway, in the same material. So I don't really need another pair of them. So I'm gonna make them because, but I'm gonna probably just make them in some regular knit, just because I don't have any more of this fabric in a color that matches. The colors I have are like silver, and it's a iridescent silver. It doesn't match this. And then I have like a lavender and a pink and a brown and a light brown or tan. So nothing that matches this. And you do want to have a matching, because it will show, like when you're kind of bending over a little bit, when you're going to hit and swing, your skirt will like swing up. And so you want to have a matching, short underneath, because even though the skirt isn't like super short, when you swing, the golf club or whatever, you're going to see the shorts. So you do need to wear the shorts, number one, if you're going to be wearing it to play the sports, and number two, you want them to match, because you will see them. But anyway, I just think this is going to be the cutest little dress, I should say. It's a dress. All right, one more side piece to do. So is anybody sold on making this already, or are you still trying to decide? Terrence, are you making it? Hey, Shamir. Did I mention the fabric? Yes. So I'm using, it is a nylon spandex. That was the other word. I didn't say that earlier. It's a nylon spandex. I think it's 20% spandex. I think that's the mix. But it's basically the traditional swimsuit fabric. So if you're looking for fabric, if you just type into any of the fabric stores, swimsuit fabric, it'll show you fabric that, and I think the standard is 20%, I think, because that's what I found when I was kind of trying to find a complementary fabric for this. That's what I found. But anybody, drop it in the chat if you know more about bathing suit or swimsuit fabric, how it traditionally comes. Okay, so we have all the side pieces done, the linings, and so I'm gonna take these lining pieces and I'm gonna put these to the side. Lining side. And I'm assuming, let me just get my directions. I do not like that these directions are only on my phone. That is not a good look for me. Okay, so remember, you need the two mirrored pieces. So this is how they would technically be fitting, like under your arm piece. That's one side. Under your arm piece. That's the other side. You just want to make sure you grab the right two because you do have 4 of these, 2 for this side, 2 for the side. And your middle piece. And again, what I like to do is I like to lay it down. I think this goes like this. Does it? Does it? Does it? Nope. This way. Okay. I like to lay them down. Move all this over so you can see. Hopefully you can see well enough. Let me move this. I feel like this is in our way. Okay, so here we go. So I like to lay them down like this and then flip them over. That way I know I have it the right way. And I am going to put a pin in the bottom where the seam, middle seam is, because you have this seam in the middle. I'm going to open up the seam allowance like that and then pin it right through the middle. That way I know my seam is going to be lined up perfectly. All right. There we go. That's perfect. Get out of here. Did that thing come out? All right. And then I'm putting this other end. And then I just stretch it all in place. Hi, Gaynell. How are you? How are you doing? Okay, so now I have it all pinned. I mean, not all pinned, sorry. All the ends and the center pin. And now I'm just going to pin the middle pieces. And as I mentioned, same as before, you do have to do a little bit of a pull. Not much. It's not significant at all, but you will notice that you need to like just stretch it just a teeny bit to get everything to line up. It's not that much, but it's enough where you know. It's just not, you're not going to just be able to lay it down because see, so you have to stretch it a little bit. And part of it is because it's inverted, it's curved. So you just have to stretch it so it can all line up. And when you do that little bit of stretch to make it taut, you'll see it just lines up perfectly. And then once you pin it really good, when you're sewing, you should only have to stretch it minimally. You should not have to do any kind of tugging. If you're doing a whole lot of stretching while you're sewing, it's gonna be wrinkled when you finish sewing. It's gonna like snap back, and you don't want that. So you should not be doing a lot of stretching, just a little bit to make it like line up like that. It's a very minimal stretch. See how it just lines up. All right, I'm going to pin the other side too, so I could just do one stitch down this side and one stitch down the other side. And I'm doing the same thing, which is just lining it up. And then I'm going to flip it over. And then pin the ends, and then the seam, the middle, where the seam allowance, where the seam is. I'm doing great. No complaints. I was off from I didn't have my sew along last week because my cousin had a milestone birthday. So I ended up going to that. It was a 80s themed birthday. So it was fun to see everybody all dressed up in like the 80s and 80s music. It was really nice. I really enjoyed myself. Really enjoyed myself. So that's where I was at last week. And Shishi, who is like, I think Shishi covered for me. I can't even remember at this point. I can't remember. Is she on? Because she always, when I say her name, she always comes. She always pops on. But that's my girl. She always covers for me 99.9% of the time when I'm not here. She's on. I'm like, it's like this year is going by so quickly. I mean, I just can't believe it's already like the middle of September. It's just crazy how the time is just flying by. Just flying by. It's going to be Christmas before we know it. I'm like, and I got to start working on my grandson's Halloween costume. And he's like in love with fruits and vegetables. So I'm thinking about making him avocado, an avocado like costume. He would love that. I went to, so a couple weeks ago, I don't know how long it's been ago, but a couple weeks ago, I went to Aruba, and they have a Crocs store in Aruba. So I ended up getting my grandson some Crocs with all these little fruits on there and vegetables. And he plays with the shoes. Like, no, you're supposed to wear these shoes. He plays with them like they're toys. And he just sits there like naming the fruit: strawberry, avocado, cherries. You know, it's so funny. I'm just hoping he doesn't try to pick those little things off, because those things are so expensive. Those little, whatever they're called, those little ornaments or whatever they are. I was like, these things are like, you get enough of them, it's equal to another pair of shoes. It's like, oh my goodness. I never really been into Crocs before, but it's a thing. I mean, that store was packed. Everybody was getting them. Like, I never really been into it, but they were cute though. All right, so I got both sides pinned up. This is how it will look. Please don't let me stick myself, but this is how it would look before the waistband, before the shoulder straps. Just trying to make sure I don't stick myself. All right, so I'm going to sew both of these sides down. People say they are comfy. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, if I don't even know what made me go into that store. I was like, oh, let me just go in here and see. It was packed in there. I mean, it was so packed. But yeah, I'm like, I believe it. I mean, they definitely don't look uncomfortable. That's for sure. And they had some different designs, some newer designs that they said came out recently that don't look like what I'm used to seeing as traditional like Crocs, and they were kind of cute too. But I could totally see it. I didn't get myself any because I don't know. I never thought about wearing Crocs before, but it was adults, kids, men, and women in that store buying Crocs. So, like I said, I didn't know it's a thing. I may be the only person that doesn't have a pair. I could see if I was still working as a nurse, like in the hospital or something, I could totally see myself wearing some of those, like to work. Especially like you said, Shamir, if they are comfortable, totally see that. Oh, you say you either love them or hate them. Oh, Gano, you said they make my feet sweat. I could see that because but these newer ones that they have that came out have some little cotton on the inside, or the ones that they showed me in the store. I don't know if it's cotton, but some fabric. Ooh. But I think it's a lot of people that love them because the store was packed. I was like, okay, this was an accidental kind of like, oh, happen chance that I went in here, but a lot of people went in there on purpose. They were in there buying all the Crocs and putting a whole bunch of those little ornaments. I'm gonna call them ornaments. There's a specific name for them. I don't know, but they were buying those ornaments. They had a whole rack of every single thing that you could think of. I mean, everything, every piece of food, all these superhero, like everything, letters, numbers, everything. There was just tons of them. I ended up getting my niece a pair too, who's my same age as my grandson. I got her a pair because they often are hanging out together. So I was like, oh, this will be cute. But yeah, I could totally see them making your feet sweat. The ones that I got my grandson were just plain on the, like, I don't know if it's plastic, whatever this made out of, rubber, plastic. But I guess you wear them with socks. My grandson wears his with socks. So maybe you got to wear them with socks. Maybe that's the way you don't have your feet sweat. That's probably the way. Almost done. This didn't take that long. Not gonna go. Let's see, what time is it? 8:11. Okay. Well, we started a little bit late. 2. And just for those that joined a little bit late, we are only doing the top today. We're doing the skirt next week. And depending on how long it takes us to do the skirt, we might do the shorts also. So I have the skirt cut out. I will have the shorts cut out for next week because I was debating whether or not I was going to get some more swimsuit fabric in just like a plain black because I couldn't find neither one of the fabrics that I had used. But then I decided, you know what, for all that, I have knit in black and I could just make some knit because I already have, I think I made this a little bit too big. I think I went to 5/8 of an inch. Let me just check this. A little bit. I did. I didn't go to 5/8, but I definitely, maybe I did. All right. So I just had a little, sewing creep. It went over a little bit, so I ended up correcting it to the 5/8. for that little section. So I'm just going to pick this apart, pick this out. This is one of those times where you're like, oh, I'm so glad I used the contrasting thread. I used black and it's gray on the inside, so it shows up really easily. And because this is spandex, it's coming out really quick. Just put in a couple of, break the thread in a couple areas and then just pull it. So let me tell you what's up next while I am doing this. So we've sewn together the top. So it says flip to the right side. Oh, I got to sew together the other one. Shoot. The lining. So this was just I just have to sew the sides to the center. So it's probably going to have us sew. Let me see. Oh, no, it wants us to work. We're not sewing together. I thought we were going to sew the, the lining to the main fabric, but no, that's not the next part. The next part is dealing with the interfacing. So on the back of the dress, and I'll show you, there is a little hole in there, or cutout, I should say. I always call it hole, but it's a little cutout. And they want us to put a piece of interfacing around it to make sure that it doesn't stretch when we're sewing it. So that is the next part that we're going to be doing, is putting that little piece of interfacing around the hole. And I'm just here we go. Break a couple more little stitches. There we go. And I'm going to show you this. There we go. Look at that. All right, so that's the one part, and now we're getting ready to do the lining. I find it easier that we do the lining and the main fabric like side by side. That's always been my preference, just because that's one less thing I have to remember when I'm putting it all together. So I don't know when they say, oh, when they have us do it, but I like to do it at the same time. So here we go. I think it makes it so much easier. I need to get my nails done. I've been trying for the last couple of days to get my nails done and have not been able to make it over there. I've been so busy. But I have to, because I can't type and I can't pick up anything off the floor. I get my nails cut like all the way down where you can't even see any nail. Like when I do like this, it doesn't look like I have any nails. I just get them cut all the way. I'm more and more tempted to buy. You all see those little kits on social media where the ladies are doing their own nails now? I'm just so tempted to try that. Anybody ever try those things? Again, for the record, I am now just pinning the side pieces to the main center top piece of the lining. And these are exactly the same. So honestly, it doesn't really matter which one ultimately ends up being the lining or the main fabric, because I chose to use the same fabric for both. It was just easier for me to cut this stuff out on a fold than it was to try to cut it out as a single and then turn around and cut it out again on a whole nother piece of fabric. Mind you that I didn't have any other complementary color fabrics that would have matched this one. So that's the other reason. That's probably the main reason that I did end up doing that. But some might say, oh, you wasted this good fabric, and that would probably be correct. But that's here nor there. That is here, neither here nor there. Let's see. Yes, I've made press-on nails and gel X. See, I really, you know what? And so, like, what's your experience? Is it easy? Does it last? Is it expensive? Like, what do you? Let me know. Like, what do you think? Would you recommend somebody try it? Like, I try to get my nails done regularly, but if I'm being honest, no. I go probably every 4 to 6 weeks because I just am busy. I just don't have time. And so part of me feels like it's something that might be easier for me to do if I'm at home and if I could do it myself, than if I'm trying to like make it over there. And then my person that does my nails isn't always there. So that's a whole other thing. I got to like line my schedule up with her schedule. Yeah, it's just like a whole thing. And so all of that contributes to, but it's probably more me than anything else, honestly. So I've just been trying to think, because this right here, you can see that that's the worst. This right here is the worst. Like that, not being able to type without making a million mistakes, not being able to pick up anything off the floor is irritating. So yeah, I'm like, what else do I do? And I like to have my nails done, even though I always just get this neutral color. Part of the reason why I get this neutral color is because from far away, it doesn't look like my nails aren't done. But they grow so fast. It's like I really need to be there like every 2.5 weeks, no more than every 3 weeks, because after that, it looks crazy. But yeah, let me know what you think. Natural beauty, like, is it easy? Do they last? Or how long do they last? I guess I should say. Do you think it's worth it from an expense perspective and the time it takes to do it? Like, let me know what your experience is. But I've seen a lot more advertising. And I don't know, part of me feels like, are they feeling like, oh, we're about to go into a recession, so this is cheaper than getting your nails done at the salon, which is quite expensive, I think, anyway. So I'm like, maybe I'll just try it, and I'll let y'all know. Maybe I'll just try it. Gel X, because it lasts longer. I use the A-Press gel kit, a mini lamp, and a regular size UV lamp. It's kind of expensive at first, but it's worth it. Okay. So it's like a little bit of upfront cost. I mean, like right now when I get my nails done, it's like $150 minimum when I go. So I feel like, okay. And when I'm doing it right, I go like every 3 weeks. So when I'm going, like when I need to go, it's like every 3 weeks. And I do that not as often as I like. But let's just say I'm spending like $200, $250 a month. I think that's expensive, if you ask me. When I think about it, I'm like, golly, that's a lot of money. I don't know. I'm cheap. So for some people, that might not be a lot of money, but that's a lot of money to me. So you said it lasts about 3 weeks. Okay. Okay, I have to see. I'm definitely I'm gonna look into it because this right here, I'm getting sick of this. And like I said, I went to try to, it was just not embarrassing, but I dropped my credit card on the floor and this man had to help me pick it up. I literally was like trying to grab it. I was doing everything to try to get it off the ground. I couldn't even pick it up. This man, he was probably like, this poor lady, like, I don't even know if he knew why I couldn't pick it up, but I know he just saw me. I kept just like, and it just kept sliding and sliding and sliding all over the place. I could not pick it up. It was probably like a good 5 minutes. I was trying to pick the damn card up off the ground. I couldn't even get it. I don't know what I was going to do. That man walked right over there, picked it up in 2 seconds and gave it to me. I was like, thank you so much. Yeah, I was like, that was just like another little sign, like you need to get your nails done because you can't even pick up your credit card off the ground. Crazy. All right, just sewing our side pieces on to our lining. I am at a 1/2 inch for the record. Opening up my seams so that they are sewed down. All right, there we go. We are almost done. Well, the one thing they're good for is make it easier to get these pins out. All right. Oh, one more side. Sorry. Thought it was done. One more side. So did anybody decide whether or not they were going to try to sew this dress? I know it's like always a lot when you think about the PDS because you got to do those extra steps of printing it out and cutting it out and all of that. So I totally understand if people are like, I don't know if I want to commit to that. Totally get it. Or you're like, I don't even know where I would wear it because I don't play golf, I don't play tennis, and I surely don't play pickleball. Maybe that's your thing. I would say it's a cute little dress, even if you don't play any of those. Summer dress, spring, maybe spring, but definitely summer. Phew. Swear. I need like a thimble that goes all the way down your whole finger. That's what I need. If anybody knows if that exists, let me know. That's what I need. All right, now I think, yes, I think we have finished. So this is our lining and our main fabric. And now here is my interfacing. And this is interfacing that I can press on. It's heat infused. So the next thing that we are going to grab is our, what piece is this? This is piece. What piece is that? Back bodice interfacing. Okay, E. Letter E is piece E, which I think is this piece. Yes, here we go. So this was a little bit tricky, and I don't know if I actually did this right. I think I did, but because on the picture, initially I did not cut this open. So let me show you this way. You probably can see it better. If I could do it without sticking myself. So initially I had this like closed. Oh, no, you can't see it that way either. Hold on. Let me take it off this thing. So this is the back. And it has this little keyhole, if you could see this right here. So initially I left this like closed like that. But then when I looked at the picture, it shows it kind of open. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm gonna show it to you like really close. It shows it open. So I cut it open. I was like, worst case scenario, I can sew it back shut. So anyway, this piece, basically what they want us to do is to cut out a piece of interfacing, put it over here, then we are gonna cut out this hole. But the whole purpose of it is to make sure that this part does not stretch when we are sewing it. So that is what we're doing. We're cutting out a little square and we are sewing it, pressing it or placing it onto, and I can show you on my table since you can see that very well. I'm just going to show you. So this is how it will fit together. And I'm going to take a piece of interfacing and I'm going to put it right on this piece. And then we're going to cut out this hole. And the hole, again, the purpose is to make sure that this part does not stretch. So it tells us to cut it out basically an inch around the hole. That's what they want. It says, the instructions say, cut 2 squares of interfacing bigger than a tear-shaped cutout by 1 inch, and then press it onto the wrong side of the shell and the lining, and then cut the interface from the center of the hole. And again, the purpose is to keep it from stretching. So I have this interfacing, and we're going to cut out a nice little square or rectangle. That's what we're going to cut out. So this is lined up on this side. Hopefully this is big enough. We'll find out in a minute. Yeah, I think that's big enough. So that's how it will be. So we're going to do that on both of our pieces. And it shouldn't take much to interface, put this interfacing down, to press it down. Okay. So while we wait for that to heat up, I'm going to read what we're doing next. And I have like a little, that little cutter here, so that should make it easy for me to cut that little circle out. Hi, Kay. Welcome. Oh, Shamir, you say you would like to make it. I think you would make it such a cute one. Definitely, I don't know if you've made. Oh, you have made a bathing suit recently, because I think I saw it either on YouTube or Instagram, one of those places. So you know that there's such cute swimsuit fabric out there. And I'm just, for the record, I like swimsuit fabric that looks like this, even though I do have some other colors. Well, I use for like workout stuff, but I'm like into like the black, grays, this kind of like, and neutral tones too. So they have tons of like really cute stuff that's in these tones. But you should totally make it, Shamir. Totally make it. I think you would make it so cute. You would probably pick a cute fabric. I can't wait to see what is done as part of Sew Your View. I can't wait to see. I know people are going to just do the most, and I'm here for it. Okay, so the iron is heated up. I'm not getting out my whole ironing pad thing because, whoa, this thing is like, I probably need to, I don't want to burn a hole in my fabric. I will be so upset. So upset. Trying to think where I have some scrap fabric, because I don't know what I did with my little iron protection thing. I put it away somewhere. All right, we're going to use this. I'm about to cut a piece. I hate that I'm just cutting this, but I need a square. Sorry. I started just cut anywhere, and then I realized I might be pissed with that if I do that. So let me not. Okay, here we go. This looked like a nice little piece that I could just cut. All right, we're going to use that. You never know. It's like that fabric that you just like, oh, let me just chop this little piece. And then you try to go make something, and that little piece that you just like chopped off is the one piece you need to make it like work. All right. There we go. Because I felt this thing like attaching, and I was like, yeah, let's not do that. We worked too hard to get this far. And I don't have any extra fabric, so. There's that. Now you said I still need to buy a sewing machine. I'm just here to learn first. Okay, well, welcome. First of all, I'm glad you're here to learn, and I'm glad that you feel like you're learning. And I can't wait for you to get your sewing machine. Okay, I cannot wait for that because it was a game changer for me. I've been sewing. Time is just flying by. For those that are on, drop in the chat like how long you've been sewing. I think for me, I think this is my 3rd year. I have to go back and count. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yes, that's right. When is BSN's anniversary? What anniversary is this for BSN? Because then that helps me know I got it right, like how long I've been sewing. Perfect. Oh my goodness, Shamir, really? I thought you was only 25. Okay. So you must be like 35 then. You started sewing when you was 10. Or maybe younger. Wow. 25 years. No wonder you're so good. I had no idea. No idea at all that you've been sewing for 25 years. That is crazy. Oh, you said 38. See, I was close. I'm like, girl. I'm like, you look like a baby. You're so young. Who else been sewing? I know everybody else. Kay, I know you've been sewing forever. Gaynell, I know you've been sewing forever. The one thing I will say, Natural Beauty, is once you start, for the most part, I feel like it's a quick learn. And by a quick learn, I mean, every time you sew, you learn something and you get better every time. Every time you get better. So it's like also gratifying in that way. And what I love about sewing, and I say this all the time, but I probably haven't said it in a long time, is that clothes are not made to fit my body type. I don't really have any waist. Like I got like the SpongeBob, square, and I'm able to like, instead of wearing clothes that make me look boxy, I'm able to like adjust my clothes so they fit me. That's flat, in a way that's flattering to me. And I love that for me. I love that for me. That's like my favorite part. That is what is so, it's been a game changer for me. So anyway, okay, I'm cutting out this little square or this little circle. Let me just say, clean the interface from the center of the hole. And that is what we're going to do. I love this little I should be using my little cutting mat. I need to cut it so that it'll fit on here perfectly. I have so many of them. But I need to cut one and make it fit on here. I have them all underneath the carpet. That's where I hide my cutting mats. My big mats are all underneath the carpet because they are big and I don't have anywhere else I can put them but underneath the carpet. It's the only place they'll fit. Well, except for my little ones. Look at that. Boom. All right, let me do this one. And I didn't cut the little strip piece either. It'll be easy for me to cut it, but I'm waiting for them to say cut that strip because they did not say that. So I'm just cutting the teardrop. I think I cut a little piece of my bathing suit right there. And I did, but it's okay. All right. Feel like there we go. All right, so we've done that. And now so it says for the back bodice, we're taking E, which is the piece that we just did, and then F, which is the top back left strap, and then G, which is the shoulder straps. So let's get those. All right, let's see. Well, oh, I was getting I got nervous. I was like, maybe I didn't cut those pieces. Here they go. Not these, just the waistbands. Okay, so we have E, which is our pieces that we just did, G, and F. These are shoulder straps and our top back left strap. And again, we have linings and we have our main fabrics. And I'm going to unplug this iron so I don't accidentally knock it down, because that's what I'll do. Okay. So sew both onto the shell. Okay. So let me move this out the way. I'm gonna lay this out so you can see exactly what I'm doing, and I'll talk about it too. So they have us attaching this is the back left strap. Okay, here we go. So we do need to cut this piece. Open up the teardrop. Here we go. So I opened it up. I didn't open it up before, but I'm opening it up now because guess what? Piece F is attaching onto this piece. So I am doing it like I normally do, which is, let me move this other stuff so you can see. So, and I'm gonna move this over. So here is, I'm gonna show you this, everything I'm doing. So here's the back. This is what it looks like. You have the right strap already connected. So I'm just flipping it over so that you can see. And then this is the left side. And this is where the left strap will go. Like that. And I'm just flipping it over. Right side's facing. And I'm going to pin it and then sew it right there. we're moving right along. Very happy with how this is going. We're making great progress. So this is what it'll look like once it's all sewn on. The whole strap will be on, so it'll basically be two pieces like that. So I'm gonna move this one, and I'm gonna do this one, same thing. First things first, I'm gonna open up this, oh, here we go. Ooh, this one is really close. The other one, I had a little gap in there. This one, not so much. All right, there we go. And that's my, so. For some reason, this is a little wider. Both of them were. I feel like, I mean, I cut it exactly the way it is, so, but we'll cut off the excess. Not a big deal. Line up this end. And I could totally see why they wanted us to put that interfacing on there, because this is super stretchy. So I could see that hole stretching out of place without the interfacing. So if you're thinking like, oh, I don't really need it, I think you do. Honestly, I think you do. All right, so now that we have this strap on both, I'm doing good, Kay. No complaints at all. At all. I'm excited about this, finishing this dress, because I was saying to the people that joined earlier that I have been playing golf and taking golf lessons, and I'm just getting to the point where I'm actually like making, I'm not gonna say I'm good, but I'm making improvement. Like, I can't wait till I get good so I can start like talking, crap. I can't yet because I'm not good. But if I get out there, I know what I'm doing, and I'm cute, forget about it. Forget about it, okay? It's going to be a wrap. All right. This is what it's going to look like when it's attached. And we got one more right here. Let me see something. I want to move this over just a teeny bit. All right. All right, we got the straps on, and now we got to do our, we got our left strap on, and now we got to do our shoulder straps. And let me just see how they are doing that. Okay. So let me show you how these are going on. I'll lay this out. This is how I get my water in. Drink my water while I'm sewing. Because for some reason, I always feel like I get so dehydrated when I'm sewing. So here we go. This is it with the left strap on. And now we got to do our shoulder straps. So you have 2 fabric and 2 lining pieces. So here they go right here. And basically, we are going to, are these the same? Oh, yeah, it's a square or a rectangle. So I'm just going to line them up like that. Just like that on each one. And then we're going to stitch it on 1/2 inch seam allowance. Okay, you sewing anything? Shamir, you sewing anything? Y'all working on anything this weekend or anything y'all did this past week? Like I don't really sew that often during the week because I travel so much for work, but weekends are my sewing time. Like I gotta make my son a I don't know, y'all remember last year we did, I think it was last year, we did the little cell phone cases. And I was supposed to make one for my son. And he was like, Mom, when are you gonna make my cell phone case? Like I need it. I want it to wear when I'm running. I'm out running. So I'm like, I gotta make that for my son this weekend. I've got to do it. And it shouldn't take me too long. I just gotta find my pattern. So this is the strap attached. So I got to do this one now. Pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. Altering a pattern at the moment. Okay. I think I told y'all this already, but my boyfriend needed me to fix his zipper, or basically put a new zipper in a couple pair of his pants. And it was I've never like replaced like a zipper on something that was already like store bought. It was just such a great feeling to be able to do that for him. I was like, okay, I could see how people who do like alterations or work at those shops that make garments fit people, you know, those alteration shops, I could see how that's totally like fulfilling to do that, because I felt so good when he tried those pants on and they fit and the zipper was like replaced. First of all, the zipper that they had put in those pants was trash, the original zipper. I was like, that's why it didn't last, you know, it wasn't a great zipper. I was like, these stores are like cutting corners left, right, and center. But I was so happy to be able to do that. I took the whole pants part. It was a zipper fly. And Auntie Carol actually helped me because originally I had the pants. It was so difficult, I couldn't get it. And she gave me the tip that I needed. All right, last shoulder strap, and then the main fabric and the linings will be, I think, ready to be stitched together. I think that's the next step, but we'll find out in a minute. All right, got our straps on. Okay, so now we got our straps on. It is, okay, now we're doing the back bodice mesh. And so it says pin the back bodice mesh part to the inside of the top back piece. Okay, so this. And I'm going to fix this how it's supposed to lay out so you can see. All right, this is the back piece, how it's supposed to be laid out. And then here is our mesh piece. So, like I said, I chose to do a white, hopefully to pull out the reflective pattern on there, on this part of my fabric. I thought, oh, it'll kind of be like an accent. So here it is, and I am pinning it to basically the back piece. So everything but it's going all the way up to where the straps meet right here. And then, so I'm going to basically be pinning and it looks like it is going to be this whole back piece. I believe that's what it's going to be. Pin back mesh part to the inside of the top back piece. Yeah, so I think I am pinning it and sewing it. That's what I think. I think I'm pinning and sewing around the keyhole, this side, this bottom piece right here, along this bottom, this piece, basically around the perimeter where they all connect, and then around the keyhole. I think that is what I am doing. Yes. They don't say it, that they're not that specific, but that's what I think it is. So let's pin this. I'm making the mistake so you don't have to. 40 years started when I was in 8th grade. Okay, Helen. 40 years. Wow. I'm telling you, it's a natural beauty. I can't wait till you get your sewing machine. It's going to be a game changer for you. The fact that you're on here watching when you haven't gotten your sewing machine yet just says a lot about the level of dedication that you'll put into making sure that you have a great experience sewing. Oh, you know what? Let me put this way. So when I sew it, I can take these pins out very easily. All right, before I sew this down, I do need to cut this extra piece off here to make this line up since it's going to be all right, there we go. And I want to open up my seam allowance. So let me, now that I realize the way we're sewing this on, I should have plugged this in over there so I wouldn't have to keep reaching back. Yeah, now I realize the way we are sewing this on, we're sandwiching this mesh in here. I want to lay out my seam allowance so it's not bulky. And that's where serging it would make it, obviously lay flat. So while I'm waiting for that to heat up, I'm going to pin these around the arm. I wonder why they didn't have us do interfacing like around the arm. Why they just had us do it around the keyhole and nothing else. Well, I'll be able to make a recommendation shortly about whether you should do it somewhere else, like around the armhole, around the neck. But you said it looked intimidating at first, but it reminds me of putting a puzzle together. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. I felt the same way, honestly. If I'm being honest, I definitely was like, okay. But once I, laid, and not just with this pattern, but to your point, with any pattern, I think the best analogy is what you just gave. It's putting a puzzle together. Once you kind of get comfortable with like the pattern pieces, then it's like how they fit together. Now, people like Helen and Shamir, who've been sewing for a really long time, they probably have this, I call it a gift because I don't have it yet, like where you can look at things and just know how the pattern pieces fit together. I don't have that. I have to literally cut all the pieces out and I don't know where they go. Not all of them. I'm getting more comfortable, but I can't like visually see how things fit together until sometimes I'm sewing it together. I'm like, oh, this is how it fits. Like I'm like literally sewing it and I'm getting it. Whereas I've sewn with people like Auntie Carol and other people that have been sewing, Terrence and that like they just, I don't know. It's a gift because sometimes it's not even how long you've been sewing. Other people just, Aisha, they like look at Pat and they just could see how everything fits together. Not me. Give me my instructions. I need all my instructions. Like there are people that sew without instructions. I wish I could never. I literally could never sew without instructions. Now, once I make it, I can do it again without the instructions. But to just like cold be like, oh, I'm gonna make that. I wish I could never. Okay. All right, I'm just pinning this on. Hey, Dorothy. How are you? Thank you for joining. Okay, so I'm just lining this up. So this is the problem you have with things that are stretchy. This is a problem you can have. You go to like pin it all on and you realize like, oh, it's a little bit too big or it's not fitting like perfectly. And sometimes that can happen if things, even if you stretch it while you're cutting it out, which I think is what happened with this mesh. I think I stretched it when I was cutting it. So it's not like lining up perfectly, but that's okay. It's not anything that can't be fixed. Totally can be fixed. Always have to remember when you are sewing stretchy material, you just got to remember to like not stretch it while you're cutting it because that happens and it has happened to me. All right, I think that's all good to go. And I just need to press open the seam allowance so it'll lay flat. And then I'll be able to connect the rest of this on. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm really excited to see how this is going to turn out. We're making really great time with it, I think. And it's coming together. It is coming together. Okay, that's perfect. It lays laying open. So now I can just take the rest of this and lay it down and pin it. And as you can see, it's laying out pretty good. It's matching up pretty good. And this is also one of those areas. And let me just make sure. I want to make sure I'm doing this. Okay, on the inside of the top back piece. Okay. I just want to make sure I was pinning this to the right side. It's saying to the inside, so that's what we're doing. it seems like it's fitting in here pretty good. I might make a little adjustment over here to this side, but otherwise I feel pretty good about it. I am glad I chose this white. I was gonna go with black, and then I just thought it makes it, when I laid it over top of it, it just made it feel like it was too dark. All right. I want to make sure that this is not too. All right. I just want to make sure this is fitting right. Because once it's on there, it's on there. So. All right. Okay. Here we go. So I just moved the mesh down a little bit. And I'm basically just making sure all the perimeters are lined up. Which, I don't know why this side, this is the side where we attached. All right, there we go. All right, I feel good about this. And I'm stitching, it doesn't say this on here, but I'm stitching this all in the seam allowance. So I'm probably gonna, if the seam allowance is a 1/2 inch, I'm probably gonna do like 1/4 inch. All the way around. That's what I'm gonna do. So let me just pin these couple pieces, and I think we'll be ready to sew this on. And the good news about all of this is that it is stretch, so it's forgiving. It is really going to be forgiving. I'm not too super worried. As much time as I'm spending lining all this up, I'm not like super worried. I just feel like it's going to make it easier when I start sewing, to not have to worry about it being too short or something like that. Okay, so just as a recap, what I am sewing is I am literally going to sew the entire like parameter. So these V's at the bottom, up, over, same thing right here, all the way. It doesn't give us that specific of a direction, but when you look at the dress, let me just show you the back on the model. you can see the mesh goes all the way to the side, if you could see that. So yes, that's what I'm going to do. And it almost feels like just look at this again. Yeah. So that's what it will look like once we're finished sewing on the mesh. So, and we only are sewing on the mesh on this one side, on the main fabric piece. So we're going to do that right now. And I'm also sewing around the keyhole. So, or the teardrop, whatever you want to call it. All of that is getting something. All right. Here we go. Pray for us. I feel like I'm gonna start with the bottom. That feels or the armhole. That feels probably the easiest. So again, I'm sewing this in at 1/4 inch because I want to sew it into the seam allowance. It doesn't give us that instruction, but that's what I'm doing. Here we go. I think once we finish this, yep, after we finish this, then we are connecting the front and the back bodice. So far, so good. I've never made anything like this, so I'm even like impressing myself. I'm getting excited. It's making me feel like, oh, maybe I'll do something else like this with like a mesh backing. I guess I have done mesh on something before, but not with like where you could see through it. So the other thing I'm not doing is when I get to the top of the strap, I'm not going across. I'm just going to leave that open, and I'm double stitching at the top. I'm a double stitch. I'm just going to start on this side and go around the neck. Again, it doesn't say to do that, but that just feels like the right way to do it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm making the mistake so you don't have to if you decide to make this. So I will let you know if that was a good idea or not so good idea when we finish. All right, so here we go with the next part, which is I'm just going to pin this to help me hold this in place until I can start sewing. All right, here we go. And I am doing a little bit of a pull to make sure that the mesh, and the fabric line up, because the net is more stretchier than the fabric, if that makes sense. So it's not much of a pull, but it is a little bit. So far, so good. Can't wait to show you all this. All right. Now I made it around the neck hole. I'm going down the other armhole. Yes, the other armhole. The other side. Do you ever start sewing something and you're you start getting excited because you feel it coming together? That's how I feel about this. I feel like it's coming together. All right. And now I'm going down the sides. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. That looks so. Okay, that's right. All right. I thought I had did something wrong, but I didn't. I was like, no. Okay. That looks good. Okay. Let's continue on. All right. Now we're doing the side. The bottom, sorry. I'm also doing a back stitch at the beginning and end of every stitch. Okay. Now let me do this one this way. Nope, I gotta do it this way. Just trying to see if there was an easier way to sew this, but there isn't. Just trying to make sure this netting. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So when it comes to sewing this netting on, what I will say is that you do need to take your time to make sure everything lines up. And if you take your time, it should all line up with very little effort. But you do need to take your time. All right, I'm almost done the outer, and then I just need to do the inner parts, which are the keyhole and then the bottom of the straps. All right. I can't wait to show you this because I feel like it's all coming together really well. Yep, that looks so good. All right, now let me just sew this little piece on right here. Go ahead and clamp down. There we go. All right, just to give you a little glimpse, I still have to sew the straps. As you can see, they're kind of hanging, so I have to sew them. Sorry, let me move this out of the way so you can see. But the bottoms, the sides are all sewn. The top, let me turn it this way so you can see actually. So around the neckline is sewn. The arm holes are sewn. The sides are sewn. So up here, and then, the bottoms of the straps are sewn. So the only thing I need to sew now, if I can hold this correctly, here we go, are the straps. So I need to sew right here, and then of course, I believe around the keyhole. is where I need to sew. And part of me feels like maybe not even the keyhole. Is it going to be a big deal if it's not sewn? Maybe just leaving it. And I also need to cut this piece too. I'm glad I saw this because I didn't cut this. So like a little piece. Sometimes when you connect like circular pieces, there's like a little triangle piece that gets, excuse me, that gets left out. So I just need to cut that off. And I feel like I need to just cut this little piece. It's like a little piece where it just make that line up. Okay. So I just cut off these little teeny edges so that they don't become an issue. All right. So I think I'm not going to sew the keyhole. I think I'm just going to sew the straps because I feel like the keyhole is going to just stretch. I think the fabric is just going to stretch. I think. Let me think about it while I sew these straps on. Straps down. So you can see on the camera, literally what I'm going to sew is just this, and then same thing on this. Oh yeah, so it's 3 triangles. 1, 2, and 3. That's what I'm sewing. That is what I'm sewing. Just those 3 triangles. But what I need to do is I need to pin them down to make sure that they don't come up while I'm sewing them. So, or they don't move, I should say, while I'm sewing them. The other thing I'm realizing too is that you do want to make sure that your cuts are very neat, meaning they're not like jagged, because it looks like this raw edge is just going to be, I mean, unless, I don't know, it feels like this raw edge is just going to be the edge. Like it's not going to be like a finished sewn edge like what you might think of. Like this is where doing something like serging all the edges might have been like, I don't know, a good option. Because it would just give it, but not that the edges look bad, just straight cut, but I just want you to know that I don't think they're, because I don't know how we would have a finished edge to these, like where these cutouts are, unless you had the edge serge or did some kind of cover stitch to the edge of it. Before you sewed it down to this part. But once we sew this down, I feel like that's it. I just don't see how it's going to look any different. I mean, it's going to be able to be finished. And they don't tell us to do anything to these edges to make them finished around the keyhole or Yeah, I'm just looking at the okay, maybe not. Okay, I take it back. They don't say this in the instructions, but this is really important. And I'm glad I realized this before I sewed all this together. So the only parts that you are sewing the mesh onto is the parts that we just did, minus the bottom. And that makes perfect sense because, and the only reason I know that is not because they told me in the instructions, because they don't, um, is that I'm looking at this picture and I'm going to show it to you up close so you can see that it's finished. You see the keyhole is finished or the teardrop is finished, the straps are finished. And basically what that means is that it is laying over top of the mesh. It's not attached to the mesh. So these straps that I was about to sew down, you're not sewing them down. I have to take out the bottom parts of it. When we, and they're not, when we attach the lining to this, we are going to be sewing it, attaching it right sides. Is that right? Yes. Right sides facing, sewing it all on to these straps and then turning it to the other side. And that's how these are going to have a finished look. That's how the keyhole is going to be finished. That's how all of this is going to be finished. So I'm glad that I realized that. Something just made me look at it like it just doesn't make sense that we're not going to have finished edges. And of course, the outsides are all going to be finished because they're going to be attached. So as far as attaching the lining, the mesh to the, you are just doing, and let me just show you, you're just doing basically what we just did, which is around the armhole, around the neckline, and that's it. That's all you're doing. You're not doing this bottom part. Not yet, anyway. You're not going to do it, I don't think, at all. So now that we have attached the mesh, and I'll just take that apart later because it's not going to make a difference for right now. It's not going to interfere with what we have to do right now. We are going to be attaching, so this is the back. We're done with the back for now, and we're going to attach it the front to the back. So grab one of our front pieces that we did right here. Here's one of our front pieces, and it really doesn't matter which one. Here we go. And let me get to the right section. Yeah, they have to do better with those instructions. Those instructions definitely, they don't tell you not to sew. They just show you a picture, but only because I looked at the last part, which is where we attached the lining, that I could see it's not attached in that way. So I'm so glad that I looked at that because that would have made me upset that I would have had to take that all out. Okay, so now we are to step 5, and this is actually going to be our last step for this part because all we're doing is putting the top together. Because I think we are not doing the lining until after. Let me see, because we might do the lining. But let me just see when they have it. I just want to make sure that we don't do it before we're supposed to. Yeah, that's weird. They don't even tell you. They do not tell you. They don't tell you to do it, but right side of the front facing and the right side of the back piece. Yeah, we're going to sew it all together and then we'll be done with the top. We're going to do the lining and then we're going to be done with the top because that's crazy. They don't even include any of that in the instructions, which is crazy to me that they don't have that in there. Oh, and you got to make sure that, so on your pattern, you'll see that you have these two little pieces. I mean, you could look at your pattern piece and you'll know which side is the up by looking at your pattern pieces. But if you detached it like I did, you'll see that you have a section that literally matches up to your strap. And you can just pin that on there, right sides together. So that's what I'm doing right now, is pinning that on there. So this is one of those things where when you're doing with PDF, and this happens, it's not just PDF patterns, so I shouldn't even say that because I've had this happen with, mostly it happens with PDF patterns, but I've had it happen with the commercial patterns too, where they just, particularly like Berta and things like that, where they just skip parts of the instructions. And I don't know what this pattern is actually rated, whether it's rated easy or difficult, average, or whatever. But either way, I just feel like you got to get the instructions right. Otherwise, like, people will make mistakes, or not even mistakes, because they follow in the instructions. And if you omit something that's critical, like when you put the lining in, that's important. And they don't even mention it in these instructions at all. I guess they say you should know. I don't know. So, but we're going to find out together. So anyway, I have pinned the straps on, and I'm trying to think. Yeah, so we're going to stitch these straps in, and then I'm trying to figure out whether or not, and I think we are stitching this side piece too, just the top side, not the, or maybe we are doing the whole thing. Yep, we are going to do the whole thing. I need to take this, so I do need to take this part out. So we're going to do the straps and we're doing the side. And I'll show you in a minute once I take it out from this side so I don't put a hole in my mesh. Again, the good news about this fabric is you don't need to you don't need to rip every single thing. You could just do a couple. And where you back stitched it. Because that may not just, you may rip your fabric trying to rip that out. All right. Just ripping out this bottom. I'm so glad I figured that out. And this is what I mean by it's always easier the second time because you figure out all these little things and then you don't have these issues the second time you make it. So it always goes by much quicker. Or when somebody has made it before you, then you can learn from there. Okay. Another little piece. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm gonna pin this together. But not the strap. If I can figure out, okay, that's that side and this is this side. So I'm leaving the strap detached and just going to attach the side. I think, nope, we're not doing this side. We're just doing the straps. That is all we're doing. Not the sides, just the straps. And then we're going to do the sides when we finish. That's going to be the last thing we do. When we sewing the lining to the main fabric. Again, more instructions that are missing, which is how you attach the lining to the fabric. And we do need to have those openings so we can turn once we sew it on. So I'm not making that mistake. We are not sewing the sides. Woo! All right, let's see. Can we get this off? No, we gotta take out a little bit more. All right, we close to like almost being done putting the front and the back together before we connect the lining. Just going to do the straps and then we're going to connect. And for that part, because they don't include the instructions, I feel like I kind of know how to do it, but we're going to be doing this together. And y'all know me, I won't hesitate to phone a friend if I get into trouble, but hopefully we'll be okay. Hopefully we will be okay. Just getting out where I double stitched this. I can't pull too much because I don't want to rip my mesh. Come on out. Stop giving me a hard time. All right, there we go. Mesh did not rip any holes in it, and fabric is fine. Okay, let me sew these straps on real quick. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side too, on the lining. When I say the other side, I meant the lining. And then we're going to attach these. So we're back to 1/2 inch seam allowance is what we're doing for these. Oh, stuck myself. All right, one strap done. And now we're going to do the second strap. And because the mesh is attached to this one, that officially makes this the main fabric, I would say. All right, here we go. Here we go. Straps are attached. I guess this is the way it would be. Or kind of like that. That's the front. I mean, yeah, this is the back. So now I'm attach already attached the straps. So the only thing I'm doing here is attaching just attaching the straps onto the front, just like we just did. And then we're going to attach this lining to the main fabric. I'm just not shocked, but disappointed, I guess is the right word. It says these instructions are designed to take you from start to finish. Okay, if you say so. If you say so. If you say so. All right, let's sew these other straps on. Stitch and make sure that's interesting. All right, one side down, one side to go. So I could totally see, like, we've been good to go all the way up to this point. And I think if they had all the instructions for how you attach, one, if they let you print the instructions, which I guess they just want you to be on their website, so there's that. But if they let you print the instructions, and if they have included in the instructions how you attach the lining, those two things would definitely make it so much simpler from start to finish. All right. Okay, so now we have the front completely done and the back completely done. And so think we can definitely. Let me just check this one more time to make sure they don't include the instructions. All right. Pin the lining to the shell. Okay, so they do, here's where they tell us to do it. Step 3. They tell us okay, my bad. I think I missed a step. Okay. So pin the lining to the shell facing right sides. Oh, they tell us to do it before we, right side to right side, so all around, but leave the neckline, top of shoulder straps, bottom of back straps, and side seam open. So all we're sewing is pin the lining to the shell. This is the back. Okay. All right, let me see what we can do without having to take anything apart. All right, let me just wrap this. Okay, here we go. Weaving this together. Weaving this together. Ooh! Just put a whole gash in my floor. Okay, it's not too bad. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to try to see if we can do this without having to take anything apart. Without, the only thing we have to take apart is the straps, but I think we might be okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. All right. So here's the back piece. And what they're telling us to do is take this back piece, take the 2 back pieces, and basically right sides together, sew them basically around the neckline. Let me see. Okay, nope. It says pin the lining to the shell facing right side to right side. So all around, but leave the neck, the top of the shoulders, top of the shoulder strap, the bottom of the back strap, and the side seams open. So what are we sewing? Just the arms. Okay, that's the only other thing. That's the only thing that's left is the armholes. But let me see. So I'm sewing up, I'm attaching the front to the back. Of the armhole. Oh, thank you, Dorothy. I appreciate you for saying that because I'm like, they do have this part in here, so it was my fault for overlooking that. That was totally on me, but it could have been clear. but I take accountability. I'll take accountability for missing this step, but I think we'll be okay. So right now I just have this armhole and I'm about to attach the other armhole. Because then it says we keeping, and I'm just going to double check because I don't know. Instead of saying just sew the armhole, they basically tell you what all to keep, what not to sew. Oh, I know what else we have to sew. The sides of the straps and so let me pin the armholes first. This is why I wish I would have been able to print out these instructions. I should have copied and pasted them and printed them that way. Okay, so I got the sides together, and then I'm going to lift up this mesh because I'm not undoing this mesh. And I'm also going to be pinning around the straps except for the bottom. And so from, let me see. So we're going to sew all around, but we're going to leave the neckline, the top of the shoulder straps, the bottom of the back straps. Okay, the bottom of the back straps. So that would be, so we're going to sew the bottom of the back strap. Okay, so this is the bottom of the back strap. So we're just doing the sides. I wish they would have just told us the parts that we do need to sew instead of the parts that we don't need to sew. So we're not doing the side. I gotta figure out which, so this is the side. Nope, is this the side? Okay, that's the side. So we're not doing the sides, but we are doing the straps except for the bottom. All right. So I'm doing the doing the straps except for the bottom and the keyhole or the teardrop, whichever one you want to call it. Is what I'm doing. That's what I'm sewing. And that will give us the finished look. And then technically after you sew all this together, that is when you would be adding the mesh to just around the neckline. But we've already done that, so. And I'm trying to do it so we don't have to take it out. And I think we should be okay. I think we should be okay. So we're basically leaving open. Leaving open. So all around. That's so. I wish they would have said not just sew all around, but sew what? What specifically? That's why I say I'm doing this so you don't have to do it. I'm working through the kinks. Kinks that probably only beginners like me have. Okay. I'm going to show you, after I finish pinning all this, I will show you what I have pinned together so you can see what I'm sewing and what I'm not sewing. But ultimately, everything that I'm sewing together now is going to give us a finished edge, but also allow us to flip this in and out. Flip this on the right side out, if that makes sense. This is one of those little edges I'm cutting off. Oh, okay, we hit the 3-hour mark. What time is it? 10:15. Okay. We're coming to a close. We definitely coming to a close for our top. Now, I will tell you for the skirt, I will probably put my pleats in ahead of time because there are a lot of pleats in the skirt. Or I'll do like majority of them ahead of time so that on live I could just demo a couple, and that will help us, I think, move through the process of finishing the skirt and then maybe doing the shorts. But because it does appear that it's all connected, I think I want to make sure that we can finish both the skirt and the shorts. Come on. Okay, so this is the bottom, this little piece right here. That's what I'm not sewing. And then this is around the keyhole. All right, I think let me just put a couple more little pins in, and then I will show you. I think I have pinned everything, and then I'm just going to double check to make sure I didn't miss anything. All right. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, neck is open. Neck is open. Sides, are we doing the straps? Okay, pin the lining to the show. Right sides So all around, but leave the neckline. So the neckline is all of this. Front and back is going to stay open. Something is twisted in here. Let me see. Did I pin the wrong side to the wrong side? Make sure. Okay. There we go. It got twisted. Okay. Here we go. So I'm not doing the neckline. So this on the front, well, this is the back and the front. The neckline is staying open. I am not doing the tops of the shoulders, which technically these should be open. We just stitched these together. So technically the tops of the shoulders should be open. So probably have to undo those, but we'll see. I'm gonna wait and see. And bottom of the back straps and the side seams. So here are the side seams, front, back. We're not stitching these together. Not stitching that. But it looks like we should be stitching. Oh yeah, we are stitching around the armholes. So I gotta stitch, so I have to pin this. So this is the other armhole, and then we stop at the side seam. So I'm pinning the other armholes, the other side of the armhole together, because we're only not stitching the top of the strap. I'm also making sure the seams are aligned too. Ooh, I'm just sticking myself. And I'm going to put this on my dress form, I think, just to show you. I'm opening up these seams so they lay flat too. Like everywhere we stitch two pieces together and there's a seam, I'm making sure that the seam is open so that when everything is stitched together, it lays flat. You can do it when you pin it. You can also do it when you sew it down. Okay. So that's one side. And now I'm going to do this other side. Excuse me. I feel like we spend more time pinning than we spend sewing. All right. But everything is lining up really good, so I'm happy about that. At least that's not a challenge that we're having. Everything is lining up. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, and then let me think. Here we go. Just do this inside of this strap. Inside of the strap on this side. And then I am going to take out where we sewed those straps together. All right. So it's starting to come together. We have the straps pinned. We're going to sew both sides of the strap and all the way from the armhole all the way up and around on both sides, but we're leaving these sides open. And we are leaving the side seams open, bottom of the back straps. Which, when I think about the bottom of the back straps, just to show you, I think that is this. All right, let me show you. I feel like you can't tell what that is, but so this is the back strap right here. And I think the bottom is this part right here. This was the part that would line up with the bottom of the shirt. It's like the little piece. So we're going to sew the top. We're going to sew both sides of the strap and then leave this bottom piece open. They don't show it to us, so it's hard to tell if that is exactly what they mean. But, oh yeah, that is what they mean, because I'm looking, they do have a picture of, and both sides are pinned, and then this bottom is not pinned. So this is what they mean by the bottom. So we have all around. So that basically means, let me just show you this really quick. And then I'm going to take out the shoulders and then start sewing over all the way around. I'm just going to show you what I did. And I'm going to stuff this mesh up here because I don't want you to be confused by that. But I don't think we need to take it out. Just got to be careful. Okay, so what you're looking at is the back of the top, and the lining and the top are together, right sides facing. And what I have done is I am sewing around the armhole, so all the way around, basically the armhole, all the way around, front and back, front to back, but not the side. So this is the side. This would be, I'm not sewing these sides. So the side is open and this side is open. So the side to the back is open, the side to the front. I'm just going around the armhole. I'm leaving the neck open on the front and on the back. So, but before I show you that, let me just show you the straps. So I'm sewing all the way around the straps. So from the side, so I'm leaving the side open, and then I'm sewing down the strap, and then I'm leaving the bottom open. See the bottom? I'm leaving the bottom open, and then I'm sewing all the way around the little hole coming down, and then I'm leaving the bottom open. Let me just show you that over here. This bottom is staying open, and then I'm coming up here and sewing all the way over to the other side, and then the side will stay open over here. And then on the other side, let me just turn this over so you can see the other side. This is the front. So the front, I'm sewing the strap right here and the strap right here, but this neck part is staying open, not connecting the neck, not connecting the sides. And then the question is, am I connecting the bottom? I think it says bottom of the back strap and side seam open. I think so. Well, let's leave it open for now, but I do think we're supposed to stitch this bottom piece. I do think we're supposed to stitch it. I just want to, yeah, I do think we're supposed to stitch it because it doesn't say not to. Not that that means anything. But we have the sides open, the tops of the straps are open, which we're going to have to slip stitch. So we have a lot of things open, so we should be able to turn this without any problem. So we should be okay. I'm going to stitch it. I am going to stitch it, so it's a lot of pinning, but once we finish pinning, then it's going to go quick to sew it all together. And I'm lining up my seams too, just because that makes it look better, even though this is the lining, you're not going to see it, but it'll make it have less bulk, I think. And again, I'm still leaving these sides open, just the bottom. I feel like everything else okay. Neckline, top of the shoulder straps, bottom of the back straps, side seams. We got all those open. Everything else is pinned. And then the only other thing that we do need to do is we need to take out this need to take out where we sewed these straps together, because this should be open. And again, the best part about this is that it is easier to take out, I think, because it's stretchy. You just stretch it and then, but let me not speak too soon because look, it might start giving me a hard time. Might start giving me a hard time, but I still feel pretty good about it overall. I wish that I don't think it's too bad. I think that even for a person who's been sewing for a little bit, I don't think it's too bad. If I were to make this, stuck myself. If I were to make this again, I would be able to probably go through it really quickly. Oh, I really stuck myself. Um, okay, so that's done. All right, one down. So at the top, when we sew the straps together, it's gonna be like each strap, front and back, is gonna have like that little opening. They'll be sewn together and have a finished look on each side, arm side, the neck side. Well, the next side will be, yeah, the next side will just, the next side will be unfinished actually. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, I think that'll be unfinished, except for this. Yes, this part will be, and then it's just this part that won't be, that will be open. Mm-hmm. Jesus. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna be using pens for a minute because I done stuck myself a million times. And I don't like it. All right. There we go. That's all done. One side down. I'm just repinning because my pins came loose. All right, so that's done. Now I'm doing this side. And is this side done? This side is done. Okay, that's done. That's done. Now let me take this part out. Getting close to the sewing part. Just taking out this other little. All right. Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. Almost there. This is the worst part, having to take this out. What does unfinished mean? Unfinished means that one of two things. One, it could mean that um, you're not, it's not going to have what we call like a finished seam. So, like if you look at the edge of your shirt, it's folded over and it has, that's what they call like a finished seam because it's no raw edge. Typically, that's what unfinished means. That you're not doing anything to it to give it like what would be like a finished, a final like garment look. So like the best way to explain this, like if you look at the edge of your shirt, that's finished. Whereas if you just cut the end off, that would be unfinished. So that's typically what unfinished means. That's typically what it means. You're not sewing it in any way. All right, I got one side and I got one more side to take out. That's it. One more side, people. What part, if you see that in the instructions and you tell me where it is, I'll read it and see if there's anything else I'm missing and telling you about what it means, just to make sure I'm not missing any context or any additional pieces. Oh, look at that. This thing came out quick. Came out really quick. Got one little piece to take out, and that's it. course, this is like something that looks like a knot. All right, hopefully that, oh man, I put a little hole in my, made it all the way to the end and I put a little teeny hole. Luckily it's right at the end. Right at the end. There we go. Can barely see it. Okay. Okay. Let me just put, I'm just gonna put these pins back in. I had to take them out to make sure I don't stick myself any more than I already have. All right. So I'm feeling, I think, pretty good about where we're at and what we're sewing. And I'm just praying that we got all the pieces together. So front and back, all pinned up. It's only water in here, but I feel like I need something more. Okay. Come on, let's make it to the end. What time is it? 3:40. 3 hours and 40 minutes. All right. All right, so now we are sewing the lining to the main fabric. And we are leaving open the neck, front and back of the neck. We're leaving open the sides, and we're leaving open the bottom of the straps, the back straps. So here we go. Here goes everything. And our seam allowance is 1/2 inch. So we're doing 1/2 inch seam allowance for the record. Okay. Here we go. Pray for us. All right, one side, one armhole done. Now we're doing the other. other side is done. And now we're going to do the straps and around the keyhole, but making sure we're not sewing the mesh on. So do not sew over the mesh. Ooh, okay. And now I'm going up the other side of the strap, leaving the bottom piece open. This is the part I always get a little nervous about, because we're doing this keyhole for the, the cutout, but I always get nervous, like, are we going to be able to flip this to the other side? I feel like I always struggle with that. But so far, so good. Let's see. Let's not wish anything bad on this. And hope it all goes smoothly. Ooh, don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Making sure my ends stay lined up. And my seam allowances are open. There we go. All right, making decent time considering. Like I said, the sewing part is the quick part. Once you figure out exactly what you're supposed to sew. I just laugh at myself all the time. Like, you read something. All right. right. And now we're going to leave the bottom open and just do the other side of the strap. It's going quick. And once I get to the top of the strap, I need to make sure I don't sew the side. Okay, that's the side. This is the top of the strap, I believe. Yes, okay. All right, I think, let me just see. All right, I think this is, all right, this is all sewn. So technically, we would not have put this mesh on until after we've sewn the front and the back together, but because I misread, we put the mesh on. So I just made sure that when I was sewing it, that I did not sew the mesh onto these straps, but the front and the back straps are all together. So I just want to see, I'm going to just turn this really quick so we can see. I want to make sure, one, that it's going to be able to turn without a problem. And I feel like it is. And when we sew, oh, this looks so good. Okay. Progress. In the name of progress. In the name of progress. Here we go. Oh, here's the other strap. I'm like, what is happening? No. Okay, I did something. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, that's why. I'm sick. I'm sick. Okay, So let me just tell you what I did. So this part is all good, but you'll notice that you're not, and it's like a little balled up, but it'll straighten out. But what you'll notice is that you don't see the mesh, right? And that's because that's why I wasn't supposed to sew it on until after, because it's inside of here. It's inside. So guess what? I gotta take it off. This is trials and tribulations of sewing. And then sew it back on. Lord, part of me is like, just maybe easier just to cut it again than to take it off. Is it sewn on twice? It is. All right, we're gonna just cut another piece. I'm gonna cut this off, this piece. We're gonna sew another one. We're gonna cut out another one because it'll take 2 seconds to cut it out and sew another one. The time it would take me to seam rip this whole thing, I could have cut this off and recut 5 mesh pieces of mesh. Like, luckily you won't see any of it because it's all going to be on the inside. So I don't even really have to worry about taking it off because it's super thin, so it's not going to be bulky. The worst thing is I wasted some of my mesh, but I have like 2 yards of it, so of this white, and I have black if we need it. All right, I think we're good to go. I think we got most of it off, or all of it off, all that matters. I'm just cutting off some of this extra because why not? All right, there we go. I'm not gonna fool with it too much. Yeah, so here, just so you can see what this would look like. I'm just straightening this out. All right, so this is like around the neckline. This is the keyhole, which I'm gonna press flat. It's not pressed flat right now. But this is, and this is the back, by the way, what we're looking at. But this is where it will cross over like this. You can't see it, but, and then the mesh would be behind it. So we would be sewing the mesh on. So I do need to press this. But before we do that, let's do this side. Let's sew all this up. And then we'll be like right back on track of connecting the front and the back. I think that's it. We just have to add the mesh. And we will be done the top of this pickleball dress. I wonder why they call it a kitchen pickleball dress. You know, I did not realize that light came on over there. Back there. It works by some kind of hand signals, but I don't remember what they are. So I must have done it. Ouch. Because then it came on. Ow. I'm just doing the other side of the strap. Armhole done, strap done. Doing the same thing on this side. Pin the right side of the front facing. It's okay. It's okay. That's fine. All right, and I'm just doing the facing for the lining to the main fabric, leaving open those same areas that we did on the back. Lining up my seams and all of that. Mm. Just re-threading my needle. This is okay. All right, there we go. All right, just line up these seams again. Other side of the strap, and I'll show you what this looks like. What time is it? Oh yeah, we gotta wrap it up. We gotta wrap it up. Good news is we are almost done. figured out, I think, all of the challenging pieces, I believe. Anyway. Okay, this is the bottom. The only piece left is this bottom. We're getting close. I am just sewing up the front to the front lining to the front main fabric, the bottom section, or the bottom of that. That's what I'm sewing up. Okay. I'm definitely going to watch when Raisha does this next week. I got to figure it out. I just want to see. I'm sure she's good at sewing, so I'm sure it's going to be a very straightforward process for her. Okay. I think we have officially. Okay, we have officially. You said I always get anxious when I'm so. Look, I'm anxious to be done, especially at 4 hours. I'm anxious to be done, Terrence. I am. Okay. So I think we can flip this. I think, hopefully. I'm going to tell you one thing. They need to let us print these instructions, because reading it off of the computer or the phone is just not, that's not my thing. I'm not feeling that at all. I'm not feeling it. Right. I'm ready to, yes, I am ready to be done. I mean, I think we would have probably been done. I made a couple of, as usual, you know, reversible mistakes, sewing things together that shouldn't have been sewn together before they was ready to be sewn together. You know, all those things. All right. Almost there. We just got to put our mesh on. And then we sew on this front to the back, and then we are done. This fabric I got from Joann's, like, I don't, over a year ago. It's been so long. Back when, some point in time when I thought I was going to be making some bathing suits, and I got this. I just got a yard of this, and I got a yard of the other fabric that I'm using for the skirt, which is complementary, but it's not exactly the same. It's just a black on black. But I was trying to find this. I did put in, you know, I put a picture of it in Google, you know, search where you could take a picture of it. And it found a lot of similar ones, but not this one. Not this one. Yes, athletic swimwear, like, that's right. That is what you need for this. To give it the stretch that it needs. You know, to give you the fit. So even if it's like a looser fit, like the skirt will be, the top is meant to be like bodycon kind of tight fit. And come on out. The local place here has some, but I don't like their prints. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I always struggle with, like not really liking the print of it. But if you look online, they have some nice stuff online. When I put this in, when I put a picture of this in, I was like, oh, I like this, but I had already cut all this, so I was like, I'm not ordering no fabric because I'm not recutting this unless I make some more. But I was like, let's get through this first. Okay, so it is officially right side out. Sides are open, even though this, I feel like this bottom I was supposed to leave open because we do have to attach it. But guess what? We will take it out. I'll take it out afterwards. This bottom does get attached to the skirt. All right. Okay. So let me move these pieces to the side real quick while we recut the mesh piece. Grain line this way, so we actually have to put it the other way. And actually, let me cut it this way. No, it's probably not going to be difficult for you, Shamir. What I will say is that um, the instructions are they're okay, and I think the challenge that I had was initially I didn't see like how you connect the front to the how do you connect the lining to the facing, I'm sorry, the facing to the main fabric. I didn't see that part. It is in there. I missed it for the front, and I don't know where it is for the, I'm sorry, for the back, and I don't know where it is for the front. So that was one mistake that I made, that I didn't see it. So I connected this part to it, and then I had to retake it apart. And then I think the other part that made it challenging for me is that you can't, the instructions, you can, there's no PDF print for the instructions because I guess they want you to be on their website. So that was problematic for me because I had to read all the instructions on the site, which I like to print it out and look at it and process it and all of that stuff. So I think those two things. But now that I made it for the most part once, I feel like making it again would not be difficult. But I don't think that you would have the same problems. So no, I don't think it's difficult. I think it's just, I think once you know what to do, you're gonna whip right through it. That's what I think. So that's a long way of saying I think you'll be okay for sure. And I think most people would be okay. So would I make it again? Probably. I don't think it's so bad that I wouldn't make it again. I mean, I don't think it's bad at all. I just think I have my normal little things that I have when I make something for the first time. That's what I think. That is what I think. I hope you make it. And you'll have to let me know if you think I'm right, if you do decide to make it, that it's not, I think it'll be easy for you. I really do. And you know it is, when you sew on live, sometimes when you sew on live, it does, you know, like if you have more, you don't have as much time because you're doing stuff in real time. That's why at one point in time, I used to make stuff. I used to make it offline first, but I just don't have the time now because I travel a lot for work. So it's hard for me to make it before I get on live and then already have worked through the kinks. But that's basically what it is, working through the kinks of having never made it before. I think that was my biggest challenge. I think that was it. Yeah. I mean, I think if I ever had to make it again, I don't think, if I would have made this ahead of time, I wouldn't have had these problems. I would have been able to like go breeze right through it. But because I hadn't made it before, that's what this looks like when you haven't made it before. Kind of looks like this, at least for me. This is when you need your big mat, like so you could cut through this with one swoop. So quickly. Not 50 million times. like I'm doing with this. So yeah, so basically what I'm doing right now is re-cutting my mesh because I had to cut it off. And I was like, it's quicker to just cut it off and recut a new piece than it would be to seam rip the whole thing. I was like, yeah, I'm not here for that. Not today. Not tonight. Okay. So we're going to move this out the way. Okay. And this is my front piece. This is my back piece. So basically, I need to iron this back so I can get it to lay flat. What time is it? Okay, we're going to wrap up soon, I promise. I must have all the energy today. Let me tell you. More than I thought I had. All right, so I'm going to press this so that it can lay flat. Particularly around the keyhole piece. And I'm also going to make some little cuts around it too to help it lay flatter. I don't think it tells us to do this. I don't remember seeing it, but this will help it lay flat around the circular part. All right. I think this should be good. Oh yeah, I can already see it laying flatter already. So I basically just took the seams and just cut around. Put little slashes in them to help it lay. And it's already laying flatter already just from doing that because it lets it lay flat without kind of like bunching up. A couple more little cuts. You definitely will need to do that to make it lay flat. In fact, if you do that enough, you may not be able to press it. Just be careful not to cut your fabric because that would be devastating. All right. yeah, look at that. That's like, I don't even feel like I need to do anything else. But we've made it this far. This part feels bulky right here. Why? So I wish I would have showed you before what it looked like, but I don't even think I need to press it now. I just cut little, I'm going to because I've already heated up the iron, but it is literally laying like a perfect keyhole now. But I'm going to just press it all flat. Including this side, all of this, why not? But it's laying perfectly. So I'm just going to press all this out. I'm going to use some steam this time to help it. And then we are going to lay the mesh. Please don't melt. I'm always nervous about this thing melting. Oh yeah, look at that. So flat. Alright, and I'm just gonna do this part right here. And I'm gonna do this part up here. And I'm going to do this strap. Okay, just wet my whole sewing table up. All right, and I'm just going to do this side. And this is our little side piece we left open. So I'm going to press this. think. All right. So I think we've gotten all this. Okay. This looks so good. Just pressing it out. Look at that. That actually looks decent. Okay. Now we got this piece. This is our mesh. Which, remember, we are now sewing this around the neck and around the arms. But let's confirm. Let's confirm. Okay, here we go. Back bodice mesh. Back bodice mesh. Pin the back mesh part to the inside of the top piece. Thank you. That just is such complete instructions. Okay. So I'm just looking at the picture here, and it is around the neck, around the arms, and the side pieces, and also the bottom. So here we go. I am pinning this around the neck. You say, is that optional? Yeah, I think it is optional. I mean, I think if you don't do it, then it'll just be, because it makes a full shirt. So that part, this bottom of this mesh is what's going to connect with the skirt. So if you don't do it, then it will just be, I guess you will connect these little strap parts, unless you don't connect them at all and just make it like a tie, extend it even further and just make it like a tie around. But it's not, okay, so to answer your question, is it optional? I think you can modify and make it without it, but there's no instructions that allow you to, like, if you read the instructions as is, you're not going to be able to connect the skirt without doing some modification. But do I think you could do a modification? Absolutely. Without effort, I think you could totally do it. Thank you, Helen. Yes, the clip and the curves. You see how it just laid it out. I was ready to like steam it out, but I didn't even, to be honest, I didn't really even have to use the steam once I clipped the curves, because it had it all like squished up. And then once I put them little clips in, it just relaxed it and it just laid so flat. And the steam was just like icing on the cake. That's all. I think what I don't like about this mesh piece is that I don't want it to be raw. I want it to be like in as a part of the fabric. I mean, yeah, finished, I guess. And not unfinished edges. But I guess it'll be all finished once I connect the front and the back. But not really, because Yeah, not really. It's not, because it's going to be just a finished, unfinished. Like, I would have serged this. I don't like it being looking unfinished, honestly. Um, I don't know, because this is power mesh. I don't know that this mesh is that kind of mesh that helps with moisture. Now they have recommended fabrics that they have on their on the website. This is regular power mesh. Um, you said add swimming suit binding. I don't know what that is, but I will look it up. You mean when you say swimming suit binding, are you talking about added to the mesh, Shamir? Is that what you're saying? Added to the mesh? Like, all right, so just doing the arms, doing this little side, neck, arms, side, and then the bottom of this. Okay. Yeah, I will have to see if I can find that. But nothing that I'm sure Google will be able to tell me exactly where I can get it. I mean, for the most part, I'm feeling like the only parts that are going to be kind of unfinished is going to be around the armholes, because they don't, there's nowhere else where I'm stitching those. But everything else is actually going to be finished. It's just the armholes that are not going to be finished. So everything else is going to connect. This is going to connect, like these are going to connect to the front, so it'll be absorbed in there. These sides will connect, so it'll be finished on the side. The bottom is going to connect, so it'll be finished. I don't know what. I'm confused. Okay, make sure to leave the neckline, the top and bottom edge of the straps. Okay, which they are open. The neckline is open. Turn the back piece to the right side, which we did that, and then top stitch, which I'm not doing that part. Okay, we did that, so that's all finished. Then it says pin the back mesh part to the inside of the top back piece and then top stitch around it. So it's just going to be like a raw edge. But I guess you won't see it because it's going to be on the inside. But anyway, I still am not feeling that. And then but they don't tell you how to get a finished neckline because we did not sew the neckline. So this is what it would look like once it's sewn, but the neckline is not finished. So the only thing I could think of is to like press it under and finish it that way. But theirs looks finished, so I'm confused as to how theirs looks finished. If you leave the neckline open, how do you get a finished neckline? See, it's missing, this is missing instructions. That's why we are taking so long, because it's missing instructions. So, all right, what we're going to do right now is we're going to stitch the armholes, the side, and the bottom. And then we're going to figure out the neckline in a minute. So, Shamir, when you asked me, was this difficult? I still don't think it's difficult. I think what it is that the instructions are not great. And the fact that you can't print them out, you got to try to be scrolling back and forth to figure it out. But I'm gonna reach out to Raisha and see, like, did you make this already? And what did you think? Like, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just moi. Okay. About a half an inch is what we're working with for our seam allowance. And oh yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing a neckline. We are doing the armhole. All right. All right, so there's that. And now I'm doing the bottom. The bottom of the strap is what I'm doing now. just got to reconnect this piece. This little piece is going to be a little bit tricky, but all right, here we go. And by the way, I'm sewing this. I think when you sew, you to mesh to the back around the neckline, flip it, and it will be hemmed. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yes, that's probably a good point. But so the only problem with that, and I think, is that I'm also sewing it to the bottom. So the only thing I guess I could do, well, maybe the whole thing is flipped. Maybe that's what it is. Shamir, I think you're right. Let me see. I'm just trying to get a feel for if that's. What about the bottom? Is the bottom going to be? So maybe I sew the neckline, flip it, and then sew the bottom. Because I think you're right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Let me try it. I'm going to try it, Shamir. Let me try it. What do I have to lose? Well, the only thing is, yeah. No, I'm not going to try it. I'm not going to do it. Because when I flip it, it's going to make the sides, you're going to see the mesh on the sides where I've already sewn it straight down. So possibly what the way it would have worked is if I would have sewn the neckline first, flipped it, and then sewn the side, the arms. But we're going to do it this way. But I think that is I think that is a good way to do it, honestly. And it would have been great if they would have put that in the instructions, because that would have been a good solution. Okay. All right, so all I'm doing right now is sewing the mesh onto the back. And I'm doing it, by the way, in the seam allowance. So you won't see it when I connect the front and the back. And then when I do the top, I am gonna, you said armholes to leave the top part open. Yeah, the top, I do have the top part open, but like when I like, so just to show, give you some example, like I sewed the armholes, if that's what you, unless you were saying leave the armholes open. I sewed the armholes because they were finished. They have already a finished, not the mesh, but the fabric itself is finished. So when I flip it, just to kind of show you, then you see, then you can see the mesh because the finished edge, I sewed it like within like 1/4 of the end of the finished edge. It's like a little, I'll be curious to see how if you do it, which I hope you do. I hope don't get discouraged by me if you're getting discouraged. Please don't. Because like I said, I feel like the things that I'm challenged with are just not having great instructions, and I rely on the instructions. Like I'm not a person that can just, like you said, like how you're coming up with all these ideas. I'm like, oh yeah, once you say it, it makes sense to me. But it's not something like I'm like, oh yeah, let's just do it this way, you know. So I never like automatically think like that. I think it'll come with time. I got 3 years. I got like 22 years to catch up with you, Shamir. But I really want you to make it so you can. Are you first of all? Have you decided yet, Shamir, whether you're gonna make it? If you can get your fabric, because I really want you to make it. I would love for you to make it just so I can see how you do it. Because I feel like you'll you're gonna knock it out the park in terms of like the simplicity of it all, because you'll add the right little instructions that need to be there. The things that are missing, you'll just be like, oh, just do this, just do that. And I think, and you'll do a good job. Okay, so I'm just sewing the bottom. You probably later in the month. Okay, cool. Cool, that's awesome. I can't wait to see. Let me, when you do it, I'll be watching to see if I can get the date. If I'm, around, I definitely want to hop on. I'm gonna try to get on the Raishas too. Okay, so I have the bottom sewn on, and sew this on, and then I'm gonna show you what I've done. And then we connect in the front to the back, and we are done. Okay. This is really the meme. 4 hours later. Okay. Right. And the armhole. Milestone. My favorite words. Look at that. Super cute. Okay. So this is the back. And what I basically did was sew everything together except for the neckline. Because I think what I'm going to do is fold the neckline in 1/4 of an inch, press it, and then do a top stitch. That's what I'm going to do for the neckline. That is what I'm going to do. Because otherwise, I'm not really sure how I would finish it. So that's what I'm going to do. Fold it in 1/4 of an inch, press it, and then do a top stitch over it, and it's going to be finished. But I still have to leave these openings so that I can connect the front and the back. But the keyholes in these bottoms, let me just show you this. So I sewed the bottom of this on. So basically, once I sew the front to the back, which we're about to do, it's going to connect these sides. And then once the skirt is sewn on, it's going to connect, the waistband is going to connect to this whole bottom part. So we're going to connect, sew on the side. And I'm also probably going to, so I sewed up this bottom, and it probably needs to be opened. It probably needs to be opened. The bottom of this, the front and back of the bottom, probably needs to be opened. The top, I feel like I could have done the top and then left the bottom open because the bottom has to still be connected to the skirt. So what we're going to do is we're going to connect. I'm going to take out this lower side part, and then I can take out the rest of the bottom later through the top, and then we'll connect the sides, and then we'll basically be done. We will be done. Until next week, when we do the skirt, and we'll connect the skirt to the skirt and the shorts, which I will come with the pleats already put in, because I imagine that that's going to take a minute to do. And I don't want to spend hours on pleats when I could do most of them ahead of time. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so I'm going to, put right sides together. And I'm going to leave the top neckline open so that I can use that to go in and open the bottom. And then I will finish the top, the neck, on this front, and leave the bottom open because it's going to connect to the skirt. This is another area, Shamir, where I feel like they didn't do a good job with the instructions. I don't even know where in the instructions it actually tells you to connect the lining, but at some point they connect it because I see it in the pictures. I just don't know where, what part. Okay. I guess it didn't matter which side was the front and which side was the back because they look exactly the same, right? Yeah, and I also I'm going to cut out some of this. See how it's a little bulky. Well, you probably can't see. It's a little bulky in the strap, so I'm going to go in and cut out the excess fabric, the seam allowance. All right, so what I'm doing right now is basically right sides facing, sewing the side seams together. And then once I do this, I'm gonna do the other side and then we're gonna be done. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. And we'll basically be done for the night. And then the things that I will do afterwards is seam rip the bottom of the front and close up the necklines in the front and the back. That is what I'm going to do before we come back next week. And I'm going to put the pleats in the skirt, like 90% of them, so that it's a done deal. By the time we finish, I mean, by the time we meet next week. And I'm going to try to see if I can try it on just so you can see. Maybe. We'll see. Even though I'm not finishing the straps, I feel like I can still try it on so you can get a little bit of a feel. All right, here we go. Ooh. Oh, come on. Yeah, I like that. Okay. I feel like that looks good. Now let's do this other side. just straightening out these edges so they all are lining up. Okay, I think we're good to go. All right, I feel like I should be able to try this on. Just so we could see like where we're at with everything. Okay. All right. I can figure out what's the right side. Okay. Oh, I gotta take these needles out. I mean these pins. So I can try this on. Here's the front, here's the back, and here's the front. Okay, not bad at all. Okay, let me show you what we have here. Doesn't look too bad, actually. So here's the back, and I'm gonna be taking out this bottom of the front part because again, that's gonna all connect to the shirt, but the back, it is finished in terms of, you know, being able, like this part is all going to be hidden by the skirt. Then here's the front. And again, this front part, the top is open, but I'm going to use it to flip this and open up the bottom. That's going to basically be finished by being tucked into the skirt or sewn to the skirt. And then I'm going to finish the top part, which is this part right here. I'll finish this neckline once I do that. And then I'll also connect the straps. So I'm gonna try it on. I can just hold it up. I feel like it should fit. It should be pretty fitted. So I'm gonna try it on and we'll see. Knowing that we gotta still do some little modifications. So step 3 tells you to sew them together, leaving the bottom and sides free. So that's the part that it said. So originally when I read step 3, I looked at step 3 only talking about the back bodice. So yeah, step 3 tells you about the back bodice, but it never tells you to do it for the front. So that's why I was like, so I did follow kind of the same instructions for the front, but I realized it doesn't kind of work. If you do that same thing, it doesn't kind of work because you still end up with, you know. So anyway, I'm gonna try it on. Let's see. I'll be right back. Okay. So you can see the back a little bit. I think you can see the back. Again, the bottom of the back is going to be tucked into the shirt. So, I mean, the skirt. So, but that's how it kind of fits together. I got to figure out this part. I think I might have twisted this when I sewed it on. So I might have to undo it, but it'll fit into the skirt and that'll pull it down a little bit. But otherwise, I think that part, that the back, I think looks okay. And then, of course, the front. I had it tied around my neck, but I'm probably gonna have to make the straps a little bit smaller because I have them tied around my neck right now. But yeah, I feel like you can't really see it, but this part, like this needs to come down a little bit on me. So I did an extra large. I probably didn't need to go that far because there's like no stretch in this because it's so big. So I probably needed a large. So the measurements might be off a little bit. Um, it says in step one, but the third, it says step one, but the third bullet in that section. Oh, let me see. Step one. You're right. It says sew on both shells and lining to the right bottom strap. Oh yeah, that is for the that's for the lining and the strap of the back bodice. So it says sew both shells and lining at the right bottom strap and shoulder straps. So when it says both shells, I don't know. That's confusing to me. But to me, I think it's just saying sew on the straps. That's weird. If that's including the front, Shamir, that's I don't know. I trust you because you're reading these a lot more than I am. Go to the beginning where it says from front bodice. Okay. Okay, let me see. Oh, okay. That's where we do it. So in step one. Oh, that's what you said. It says step one, but the third bullet is in that section. Yes. Okay. You're right. Yep. You're right. That is where it is. So that's where we were supposed to connect which I like that, if I understood that. So yeah. So it is there. I just misunderstood it. Okay, so it's in step one. So step one, so basically you sew the front pieces, you sew the lining, and then you connect the lining, basically the facing to the fabric. And then you do the back. And then you connect the back facing to the back fabric. Which is that makes total sense. Yeah, see? I knew you wouldn't have those problems. You got it right away. Okay, so this is what it looks like. You can't really see it, but there is like a cup part right here. And mine is up a little bit because I'm holding it up. Because I have it tied around my neck. But what I am going to do is I might make the size a little bit tighter just to give it a little bit of tightness. And then make the straps a little bit shorter because I'm short. So yeah, and I'm going to connect these. So by the time we meet next week to do the skirt and attach the skirt to the top, I will have did a fit adjustment to this because I think it is too big. Again, I cut an extra large. And I probably could have did a large just because this fabric is really stretchy and it's not stretched at all. There's no stretch in this fabric on my body. It's just like draped on me, which might be fine for the skirt, which is intended to be looser. But the top, I definitely could have went down to a large, um, which I'll make an adjustment. I think it's going to be easy enough just to maybe sew in like a half an inch on each side and then take maybe a little bit off of the strap so that it sits right here and then it goes down. And then I'll finish the neckline and then I'll put the pleats in the skirt because that there's a lot of pleats in the skirts and I want to make sure that's all done. So anyway, 5 hours, 24 minutes, we finished the top, kind of. We're gonna get credit. This is like we're gonna get credit for finishing the top. Oh, and I'm gonna fix this part because I think I sewed this on backwards. Twisted, it should be like that. But I think it looks good. I think it looks good. We're gonna make a couple of little tweaks to it, and we'll be good to go. You said adjust my waistband too. Yes, yes. So I haven't sewn on the waistband, but you're talking about when I do put it on. Yeah, I probably do need to adjust it because yeah, if I'm gonna take off a half of an inch here, then I probably need to do that same thing for the waist part. So yeah, thanks. That's a good point. So I will do that before we get on, so that way I don't end up with a too large waistband. Because this literally, I had the opposite problem, which is that it's like too big. So anyway, I appreciate all of y'all, Shamir, Natural Beauty, everybody, like for staying on with me for 5 hours and 25 minutes. That's a long time. That's why I was like, I gotta try this on so at least y'all can see what it looks like. But it'll be better next week when I fix it. Yeah, so it's snatched. Right, exactly. Because I can't be out here playing golf like looking frumpy. That's just not gonna happen. So I'm excited. We're gonna finish it and it's gonna look good. Thank you, Shamir, for reminding me about the waistband because I absolutely would not have done that. And we would have been here next week trying to figure it all out. So I'm gonna definitely whatever I take off the side, which I'm thinking a half an inch should be good. So yeah, so anyway, I will see y'all next Friday. I'm gonna be ready to go. We're gonna finish this up, and I promise you, it's not gonna take us 5 hours. Good night, Marilyn. So good night, everybody. Thank you, and I will see y'all next Friday. Bye. Good night.